Okay. Alrighty. I should be coming through loud and clear. Hello, everybody. We are live for the first time in actually a couple of years. We are looking well, I say we because normally I'm in a production booth with like a couple of other people. I've got like at least three people listening to me. One person getting cues off of me. One person telling me what to do. No, this one's a solo endeavor. This one is actually just Lord Thethan getting back into the ether. And well, today, keeping things simple. Really, really simple, in fact. You guys can see my MS Paint Thethan Cam assets, and we're not modding anyone. And we are very simply just looking at VODs today. So, hello, stream. Godspeed, Potato Head, Rainy Sticks, Chunky Chicken, Roko, thank you for follows. Very, very kind of you. And actually, while we wait for replay views to like slip in slowly but surely, we will we'll take a couple of codes that I actually have on standby. I got a couple of codes from some people already, so we'll go ahead and plug those in. We're going to be doing this for a couple hours, so definitely get comfortable. Actually, as I kind of readjust in my chair. Grab a snack and a drink, and be ready. Be ready for some pretty neat takeaways, actually. So I haven't actually launched Overwatch this patch, so it is pretty cool to see all the new stuff. But I can't be bothered to look at that stuff right now. Start off with an Ana game. So we over at the place that coach, we sometimes run a little production for some of our matches, some of our operations, and this is actually one of our casters and one of our players grouped up right now. So we're gonna get to take a look at I think it's some Ana gameplay. Is what they had said. But at least right now it's looking like we're clear. Feel free to ask any questions in the chat as well. Very quiet streamer, man. Okay, gotcha. Let me. See, I knew that I was going to be quiet. The thing about bumping me up to 5 decibels is that we start being able to hear everything on my side, including Lego barking in the background. I think Bandit is chewing out on a toy in the other room. So hopefully I'm a little bit louder. I bumped myself up to 5 decibels, and if that's too loud, then just let me know. All right, yeah, taking a look at Coldy Cold, our king, our Ana king. I'm gonna reduce the gameplay volume a little bit as well to make sure that that Ana shots aren't covering me up. Okay, all right. This is I think like a mid-diamond lobby. Tough to lose our hazard up there, and that's no big deal. Spam setups. It's okay. Go for the nade there. That's funny. We'll actually be able to dig into some really interesting stuff here momentarily. Mini homies are stalking you. Yeah, I know, Campfire. Hey, Campfire. Thanks for tuning in. I like getting out. I like making sure that you're living here, and it puts you in a good spot to end up in the position to help your tank out here a little bit. Right now, it looks to me like the team is just like trying to kind of get a grip on the early stagger stalling of getting the pick on that tank first, and then moving from there. I don't know that I really like cart presence here from the Ana. So if you're looking at just like big picture formation kind of stuff, like you are in such a good spot here to reconnect to your team okay, yeah, mid diamond. You're in a really excellent position to connect to your team here, and that's exactly what you do. And then you end up like defaulting back to the objective. But see how your team is continuing to move here. Tracer's looking to move here. You've got your Widow and your Mei who are set up on angles, but also taking damage. Right? You aren't going to be very able easily to heal anybody from here, and you're also not going to be able to move your core anywhere either. So I would actually just continue moving up to the high ground. Putting yourself here in this position makes things a little bit more challenging for you because now you have the cart to terrain around. You have to kind of compromise your abilities because you're not actually set up on a position. You know, if you've got your Dow or your Euphonic on the cart, then you can actually just sit here and heal them, right? Or draw aggro from their Tracer, take a step back here, you know, force Tracer to move up into this space. Dow and Euphonic has already turned around. They're ready for the Tracer, right? So there are ways that you can, like, position in this fight to make it easier, not only to heal your allies, but also to be more responsive to these threats that are around you, like this Tracer, like this Kiriko. I think that they probably should have killed you, but it's A-okay. You got told to sit on cart, but you didn't want to. Yeah, that's a big violation. That's a big principle violation here in this Twitch channel. Is the here we'll do the Lord Thief and Mad cam at that one. Yeah, we don't like supports on the objective. It just doesn't make sense. And it's particularly funny because for like years and years and years, we've understood that that supports are so insanely overpowered, like absolutely broken characters here. You look at the dueling potential of a character like Kiriko, the limitless utility of heroes like Ana, or just the insane... Lego, shut up! This insane healing uptime of characters like Brig, Moira, who have had problematic eras of their own. Okay, now even if you're told to stand, to move the cart, you're not told to stand still, completely still on top of the objective. This one's another big violation principle for us. So I like the inness, I like the engagement, but there's definitely a position that you can still be on the cart, but not be on top of the cart. Be moving it, but not making yourself easier to hit. Same kind of deal. Getting 3 on the objective is really important, but you could be selecting your angles perhaps a little more prudently. So really nice capture there. But there are definitely lobbies that strain you a little bit more. Your resources, your position here. Oh my God, I don't think we've seen a single anti-nade this run so far. So we'll see. Excuses. Yeah, Lord the Mad. Lord is the Mad right now. We're actually no longer mad. We're back to how things are. All right. I am, yeah, so I've got an ad that I've thrown up as well, to generate some VOD reviews, some replay codes for us. So I may at times become periodically distracted, very briefly. That's unfortunate. I like the Widow running. Okay, so just like a very, very little thing here, but that like is really, really important, and I don't want to get into it because it doesn't really make sense to outside the context of a VOD review that I'm taking a little bit more seriously. Lamau. Just like there's a lot of moving. Look at how much moving you do. Okay, all right, we're gonna slow it down. Okay, now to the right, now to the left, towards the cart, away from the cart, not near a wall, away from the stick, near walls, not close to walls, moving towards a wall, left, right, like diddling and doodling and daddling, right, around. And so, like, really, and look at how, like, you're not wasting time here, but, like, look at how much time ends up being wasted that you're not able to help your hazard, right? There's so much observation that I feel like is happening here, right? You're actually tasked with like an insane amount of like information collection here, where you're trying to understand, okay, you know, who's needing healing, where can I move? The cart got captured. Yo, Lego, the dogs are having a dog off right now. And so I would just have you like push you to like a corner, like put yourself in a spot where you can stand completely still and like not be susceptible to the Tracer Pulse Bomb, to the carry damage, right? So if you're gonna get off the cart and eventually end up here, if you don't ever get on the cart, right, and as it moves, you're actually just establishing a crossfire or a cross section on this objective, then I think that's oh my God, hold on, I'm gonna shut up. I want to know if we can hear Bandit in the mic. Yo, of course, as soon as I stop talking, he stops barking. Are you kidding me? Oh, what a freak! He's barking again. Okay, anyways. Cody Cole doesn't use their buttons. Yeah, not using our buttons when you're standing still on top of the objective. So kind of unfortunate to lose the hazard there. I like that anti-nade, but like you end up... Okay. There's something about dying in this position. So Hazard has died in a position that, like, where this fight is happening, you would kind of expect a Hazard to die, right? But you have died here on Ana in a position that you wouldn't normally expect Ana to die there. So it just leads us back to some of these earlier points, right? If you don't feel compelled to stand still on top of the objective, if instead you're seeking out a really strong, prominent position that's really good for Ana and her particular utilities, if there's a specific cooldown that you're looking to line up or a specific target that you're looking to eliminate, I don't mind not walking out of spawn here to avoid the bomb, topping off your Widow. Your hazard is like on, the feed drive is cranked to warp speed right now. Absolutely crazy how quickly your hazard is looking to move. Looks like me on tank in a low diamond lobby, and so I understand being utterly trapped and spawned there and not being able to do much else. Still got to break out here. Hazard is in. Okay. Again, really little thing. But see how the movement isn't direct? See how there's no... I wouldn't say that you've established any kind of, like, actual vector for yourself here, right? You are diddling and daddling and doodling around, right? You're like swaying back and forth. I mean, look like an actual... I want to go back and, like, watch this gameplay. And I'm sorry, like, I actually I put in the rules, stay positive, guys. And here I am being a toxic piece of garbage. Look at how drunk you look on the Ana here. I'm not very drunk. I've only had one beer. Officer, I can be driving on this road, and I was going the speed limit. Like, you look actually inebriated on the Ana here. Find a spot. Find a corner that you're good at. Find the angle that you can actually fire your darts down, right? That your darts aren't getting stopped by covers or corners, that your enemies aren't able to dodge your sleep or your nade, or that they get splashed on by the nade. The anti affects them somehow. I mean, fuck. Go into spawn and swap, right? Onto a hero that does want to stumble around drunkenly, if that's the plan. But on a character like Ana, what you really want to be doing is I'm in position A, and I need to understand where position B is, right? Is it right here because they're pushing our spawn and we are unsafe? Okay, right, this is my corner. I move to this corner, and I move in a straight line unless I have to dodge damage, right? Because I'm in cover, and I'm in spawn, and I can be safe, right? I'm not looking to do anything profoundly unsafe. But I'm also not looking to add any movement into my pathing that doesn't actually help me get to the spot that I need to path to, right? You see how there's an intuitiveness and a counterintuitiveness with moving to where we need to be and moving in a way that doesn't help us get to where we want to be fastest, right? So that's the idea. I gotta send a message very briefly, and then we'll go in. Standing still on top of the objective. Absolutely criminal. Mods, drag Coldie Cold out into the streets. Tie Coldie Cold to 4 horses and lead them in separate directions right this instant. For standing still on top of the objective. That is your crime. The conviction? Wait, the conviction is actually being done by me, and the sentence is death. That's a little dramatic. Okay, I'm gonna tone it back, actually. But someone has to die, and it's gonna be your tank here. And holy smokes, look at how alone the tank is. And look at us on the objective. Okay, I did mention earlier, and I was right to mention it as well. Like, your tank is cranked up. Oh my lord. They hit a line, and they said to themselves, yeah, I am the Punisher. What's I forget the actor's name. Wait. Right? That's what this guy's looking to have done. And this is like the actual probably one time so far this VOD review that I'm like, yo, the Punisher is actually doing the right thing. And the rest of us deserve to be dragged in 4 directions by 4 horses for standing still on top of the objective. Look at your Mei. Look at Euphonic. Even, oh my god, I want to actually watch this from their POV because I can actually hear the comms in my head. It's like, all right, I got cart. Oh, my brig is on cart and my hazard wants to push. Oh, here's a wall. Go, Ana. Oh, wait. Okay. All right. I lied. It was actually for Euphonic that was looking to that was looking to climb that wall, but you could have taken it too. You wouldn't have made the jump though, Lamau. You would have stayed here on the low ground. But that's why, like, I don't really care for the idea of like being on the cart at all. I think that support position for this stretch of the objective. This is just my POV, but this is a based one. Thanks for the follow, Zam, and yeah, hey, thanks for popping up. And yeah, we got a bunch of the dorks in the chat right now. Beep boop. The support positioning is here so that you can, I don't know, heal your tank. All right, we're gonna get moving. We have some very interesting content to get through at certain points. That's tough. We get like cowed and herded into positions that are like really, really tough, right? So like you end up in a position here is like if you're trying to run from this spot at like that point in the fight, based on how the fight, oh, here we go. There's the, are you barking? One sec. Oh, there they are again. They're Bormkin. All right. Yeah, I am full of hatred. Rafi, I see you. Hello. Hello. Is it Rafi? I've never actually asked. I don't care that much. It's patient to me, but... when's the Lego emote? I don't know. We'll turn him into an emote at some point. He's kind of, you know, it's honestly a crime that I haven't used that dog already to go internet famous. Because, like, that dog probably could have made me millions, but also, you know, I'm not really too keen on, you know, for those of us who aren't privy to the Lego lore, he's not a real dog. He is an eldritch escapee from some otherworldly, profane, abominable realm. And he escaped, managed to polymorph into a bird, and then disguised himself as a dog, and that's what Lego is. And so I don't really want to, you know, I don't want to alert his eldritch overlords, you know, by becoming internet famous with him. We got to do what's right instead of what is easy, right? It would be easy to make money off of Lego, but it wouldn't be right to, right? Yo, the movement is like so... Okay, be on the same page as our tank challenge difficulty level, like, is actually impossible this game, because, like, if he's making the wrong decisions, you're, like, out here trying to make the right ones, and the times that he's trying to make the right decisions, you're just not helping him commit to those right decisions, so he ends up ulting there. I think that he gets the Diva ulted too. They nano. We have ults that we could use to, like, help. Oh, and I mean, we don't have the nano, which would be really useful, but is the nade late? Is the pathing like delayed? You know, is there a lot of like meandering? Is there a lot of extra steps here that kind of keep you from being, you know, from like, could you have been already here by this point, right? And had an excellent line of sight on your hazard? I guess that would be the question that I have. And then honestly, like, even once you do get to the spot, he makes himself hard to hit. So I understand. You know, it's tough to line up like that unless you're, you know, all in comms and all talking. And who's actually going to be looking, seeking to communicate in Overwatch right now? That's not a very based thing. Lego cast Eldritch Blast on a payload princess. Yo, that is a that attack modifier is negative, by the way. Lego doesn't have attack bonuses. He has attack penalties. So I think that the Eldritch Blast misses, especially since payload princesses, they actually AC tends to be pretty high on a payload princess. So I don't know that that's I don't know that that one ends up working. I also don't know that this one ends up working, this fight that we've taken. It's a really tenuous one where they have ults, we're on the low ground, aren't taking, like, agency on high ground, aren't in a position to heal our Brig, but our Brig is also isn't in a position to, like, be healed. We're in a spot where we're kind of out in the open. So there's, like, a lot of things going on here. Ultimately, like, we want to see the fight resolve really favorably for you, but I don't know that we will, and it's because Overwatch it's a cumulative game. And so the mistakes that we're making in, like, the very first instance of the match, right? Like when your hazard is dying out of spawn in the first 10 seconds by jumping up onto this little position. Yes, we hear you, Lego. then that is, that contributes, right, in some way, in some small part or large part, and oftentimes in ranked we are looking to make smaller or larger parts out of our teammates' mistakes, or contributions. Sometimes we're looking to diminish our teammates' contributions, like a well-timed tactical visor, right, and you're like, we could have saved that, or that could have been used elsewhere. Oh my God, Overwatch players we are just terrible. Patient, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I am thankful for that. So Punisher ends up going down. I don't think that you were wrong to stick with him. I just think that like this whole fight is really, really messy, and I would love to dig into it as well. But I really don't think that we'll be able to, because that leads us into like some really slow, really dragging Gong de Bobo territory. And so I'm not really too keen to dig into that unless anyone had any specific questions. It's a nice capture. It's like a really icky fight. Like actually, even for mid diamond, just really, really profoundly nasty stuff happening there from virtually everyone. And okay, that one actually might get you hung. That one will. In a trial where you are being where your conviction is being passed by a jury made up of your peers, it's possible that your peers rule against you on this one. It's okay. All right, we're ready. Charged with standing on the cart, completely still on the objective in the first degree. Charged. I really like this limit testing. This is some really excellent stuff. Being like, how many pixels is too few pixels to hit this diva? And it's funny, you don't even like, actually, you technically aren't even hitting the fins on the top of her mech. Yeah, no, her hitbox isn't there. It's not even an aim thing, Rocode. I know, I want to poke fun at the aim too. Although I was told that if I talked about the aim, I was going to get shot, and I'm not looking to get charged or convicted and sentenced to anything. You also take 2 shots from the Ana, and you... Oh, shit. Alright, we're gonna keep moving. Okay, engaging with the diva. You're still taking Ana spam. Oh my God, how much free time does she have that this is what she's doing? Are you kidding me? What are we doing that this is how much free time Ana has? Boop, boop. No one to heal, hazard to anti. Oh my God, clean rotations. It's like actually like so. Oh my Lord. Yo, I think we actually should like VOD review Battle Cattle. They seem so intentional. I really like it. You know what doesn't seem intentional? Standing still on top of the objective. Okay, what is intentional is shooting the diva fins. I actually really liked that, and I feel like I did learn a little bit today about the the parts of diva that you can and cannot shoot. Oh my God, she's got a read on you. I actually really like this. Just hanging out. Real threats? No, it's a jury. It's a jury. A jury of your peers. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. No. The real threats were levied at me, actually. Yeah. I think I am really going to get shot if I talk about the aim, so... Yeah. Oh, my God. The staggering is so brutal to watch. It's always so brutal to watch, and I always want to talk about it because, like, it is really accumulatory, but, oh! That's tough. But, like, what are you going to do about your ranked teammates, like, playing like bots? Like, what is your break? Yeah. Oh my God, Overwatch players are funny. Nice poke. Don't stick your head out. Yeah, there's no need to like get too creative here and do anything that is too insanely dangerous. Doing the heal damage spam, you're really looking for... Yeah, I don't hate that compromise. Like, you have to do something. They're holding you up there. You have the nano. Might as well use. Now, this cross out in the open while jumping, I really... you made it. Like, you make it to the other side. Of course, in a low, low diamond lobby, you can keep jumping there. Okay, all right. So this is when it starts to, this is when I'm noticing, like, the jumping is now just to, like, pad your APM. Is like, oop, I'm hitting as many buttons as I can as quickly as possible. So I am a true gamer TM. When really, like, jumping is like, so insanely dangerous. I actually want to understand, like, how profoundly easy these shots were to hit on you, that they just didn't. And I'm so sorry, Naisu. Nice! Oh my goodness, To Be Hero X episode 4 released today. I'm so excited to watch that. Okay, respectfully, I land 2 shots onto your head in far less time as a low diamond player, because I'm also not jumping as Cassidy, because that. So there's a whole slew of reasons not to jump. Everyone who's watching already knows what those reasons are. They could light up the chat with those reasons, but just for the sake of edification, we'll go ahead and edify. Jumping is bad. It makes your movement heckin' predictable. I'm talking Halo Reach, like Halo era predictable movement, okay? You may think Overwatch is an advanced game. It was released in 2016 by the benevolent Jeff Kaplan and is now tended to by the ever-attentive Aaron Keller. And so therefore it must be free of the same restrictions and consequences of our decisions and actions as the titles which preceded it. No, that is not the case. Overwatch is the exact same, at least as far as the jumping and how easy you become to hit. So like that's the thing, right? So I'm not walking in a straight line. No, I do hit those shots, I promise. I hit at least 2. Maybe they're not crit taps though. I'll give you that. The jumping is so bad. It raises your center of mass. It makes you easy to hit. It makes your movement heckin' predictable, and it also messes up your crosshair discipline. Like, the reason that this cast misses a shot, look at him. He actually has his crosshair hovering over you, and then he jumps. Watch this. It's amazing. He jumps, like, at the back end of his reload, and he fires where your head would be as if he had not jumped, right? So really, really interesting, really minute, and it's so worth it to get into that and, like, understand, like down to the pixel why that works the way that it does. But the jumping is scary. So if you are jumping, right, so I want to address this. So I'm not walking in a straight line. If you're jumping, intentionally. If you're saying, yeah, I'm going to jump on the 2 beat, right? 1 jump, right? Or I'm going to jump on off beats, step, jump, step, right? That's intentional. That's hard to hit. That is going to take a player like me, who if I were competing at the highest levels, I would be saying I'm playing against players who know not to jump because that makes their shots unreliable. So sometimes I actually do jump to dodge their bullets. Sometimes I jump over a soldier helix rocket, right? Sometimes I see enemies jump over my soldier helix rockets, and that makes me mad. But here, we'll do the Lord Thief and Mad Cam. It's the ambient jumping. It's the jump. It's the jumping as soon as your feet have touched the ground, right? That's the jumping that makes me really nervous. That's the jumping that is like, okay, you've stopped thinking about how you're using your space car. Space car. I wish I had a space car. Even though space sucks, you can't get anywhere. Everything is too far apart. It will take you 230 million years traveling at the speed of light to get to the nearest galaxy. I think it's something like that. It's something egregious. Honestly, if I'm wrong by 100 million years, who's going to care? Anyways, okay. You've stopped thinking about how you're using your space car. Oh my lord, space bar. What else have you stopped thinking about? That's what I would be curious. That's what I would be thinking about. Or that's what my question ends up being. So you end up, having to take damage. You have to be on the objective, even though you don't have to be like beep boop. There's probably a safer spot to be than like moving right to the cart. But Hank, don't spam jumping. God, I love Breaking Bad. Lucio swap. Nice. God, I love Lucio surf. That's my way of saying hit the Lucio surf custom lobbies. Get on those walls, you frog. After I crossed, it was ADHD jumping, but it was intentional at first. I know it. I actually do know it. The intentional jumping, that's not bad. LOSing Hanzo spam and healing your Mei. Okay, this is really interesting. And again, it's not necessarily that like, oh, you're doing something majorly wrong here. Oh no, you let your hog die. And I mean, honestly, if I'm playing Roadhog here and I'm as like, oh god, I hope the Punisher never sees this VOD, but like, if I'm as profoundly dumb as the Punisher, then I am playing here, eventually dying, and then turning around and seeing that my whole team was on high ground and wondering, like, oh my god, my team didn't heal me. But also, like, behind a corner, and you have to dodge the Hanzo spam. But also, if you don't have to take the Hanzo spam in the first place by, I don't know, sticking your head out at a time that is inappropriate for Ana to stick her head out in, because there's literally no target to anti, no target to shoot, and no target to heal, right? Then, boop, boop, boop. Yo, that's so lame. Oh, man. I cannot believe that we already got, using Nez... that's a really funny bot. Oh, man. Alright, we're gonna mod action, yeah. Freakazoid. I don't actually know how to mod. So we're just gonna have to, let this, let this fella exist. You know what? Spam your follower messages away. I like the engagement. No one click any links in this chat. Do not click links in this channel. So because you take the Hanzo spam, because you were in a position that is, like, not necessarily entirely appropriate for Ana to be in, or that you didn't have a reason to be in to have your head out, so you take a Hanzo arrow, so you have to LOS him, so it makes it hard to heal Punisher, who was already playing up anyways, right? You see how it all contributes to this big picture, and it just makes things really complicated for both sides. But there are ways that you can make that even a little bit easier. You not taking the Hanzo headshot, or being, out on this angle to start with, look for a Bionade, which that is actually something that, like, we're sorely missing, is the no, you guys don't need to old man mod me. This is crazy. This old mushroom doesn't know about the mods, man. I'm gonna give mod to Michael. I'm gonna just elevate. Well, now I can't elevate someone to mod because they'll know which one of us is Michael. Ah, this is tragic. Streamer is so hard, guys. Okay, staying on this platform, your tank is playing a not horrendous tank now, which is really, really nice. And we are just hanging out in our spot. Okay. The fight's bringing you to a couple of places. I don't mind you, like, being brought to these places that the fight is being dragged. Holy, I would love to see it, like, a purple nade at some point onto any target. And it's weird to see how, like, you get brought from fight to fight without actually completing any of these fights, right? So the Devo over there is still up, actually, for some reason. I guess we have, as a team, decided to push their core, but, like, I don't know, really bad timing to push their core now as opposed to earlier. It was quite strange. So the D.Va ends up behind us. We got our Cass and our Brig on the D.Va. We're not helping our Cass or our Brig. Our Brig is there to help our Cass. You do need to help with the ROM here. You're in, like, a really tough position. Man, I would just, like, for like half of these engagements that you're a part of, I would just so prefer to, like, stand completely still so that I can only think about my nade, my sleep, and my shots, which, like, you have both of your abilities on right now. Not using either one. There's no sleep, no nade. I like responsive cooldowns, but also, like, if you have it, you can use it so that you force them to Suzu, force them to DM, force them to ult, whatever. And in fact, it's honestly, again, if Overwatch is, kind of accumulatory, then we can understand that, it's worth it for you to use a cooldown here, because if you land a sleep on one person walking through this choke, you slow them down for 5 seconds. That alleviates the pressure, the damage that's going on to your Ramatra, which might make him be able to move forward a little bit. With that kind of space that's secured, you could look to get more aggro and find a reason to use another one of your cooldowns, possibly to secure a kill, or as part of a defensive measure against one of them. But, like, you aren't really able to do any of that, or you aren't doing any of it, and it makes it really hard because you're looking and pinging the Ana. You're not moving up with your Cassidy, who is looking to move on a target. You're standing still on top of the objective, looking down a choke at targets that you could be hitting, while your Cassidy actually moves to an angle that he has to be maintaining. And he's looking to maintain this angle. And honestly, it's a good cast. This is a cast worth healing. Oh, I spoke too soon. But the thing is, like, you aren't with you aren't with your cast. Your cast doesn't ask you to be over there with them. You let your cast, or your cast really lets your cast take the 2v1, loses the 2v1. You don't make it a 2v2, and it's part of the reason is because you're on the objective, looking at a corner, pinging a target that was once there, instead of like opening up your eyes, taking your face off your scope, and then looking around and making sure that you are where you need to be. There's a lot more going on here. Cooldown usage could probably be a little more proactive. Positioning and meandering is actually really, really good there. So it kind of works out for you. I know. Yeah, actually. Whoa. Let's get a playback on the. Oh, we got to turn it back to. We'll do Ethan Yap here. We'll play back the clip. It was that's a cast worth healing. That's a cast worth pocketing. Pulse Bomb comes in. Like I said, the meandering actually really works well for you there. The wandering puts you in a position to wander away from the Pulse Bomb. Very nice. Your Ramatra doesn't make it easy to come back to you. But again, you know, if you end up in the position to help your Dow here, then maybe they get the pick on the Tracer here, which means you can more freely play this space, which means their ROM can push up, right? So many accumulations that could be established here that make this game really interesting and winnable, and that the lack of fulfillment of which makes this game a little bit more complicated, a little more difficult. D.Va's going to DM your sleep. I honestly, I'll say it this way, even though this is like really, really toxic. This isn't the keep it positive kind of VOD review that we thought we were going to end up having. I don't know why you sleep there. Notice how I start my inference, or I start my assertion with why to imply blame onto you, the Ana player who sleeps into a D.Va matrix. So he deserves a gray screen for that. I don't even know what a gray screen is, bro. I've never even heard of that. I've heard of black screen, blue screen. What is a gray screen? Oh my! I'm not even asking about the gray screen. It's really typical stuff here. Good nade onto the Bastion. I really like that. That's probably like one of the nades that I really like here. And the rest of it is really, really typical. I honestly don't hate the idea of you staying in this spot, not gonna lie. Castrature, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you stopping by and tuning in, and for following. We'll be going live probably a couple of times a week, looking at VODs, playing Overwatch. I haven't gotten to play some of the new stuff yet, so I'm pretty excited to give that a shot. If anyone has any replay codes that they want to look over, then feel free to just drop them in the chat. We'll pull them right up. I'm not in a rush I'm sorry. I'm not in a great need to take anything super slowly until we get some replay codes that aren't from, or that are from people that I don't actually know. Positioning just gets you in trouble here. You're just not in the Ana spot, like the definitive good Ana spot. The sleep comes out like just a little bit too late. So it's just like, you know, like decisions that could be made in slightly different orders that make things a little bit more easy for you over time, but it's not necessarily something that like absolutely wins you the game. Hi, sorry, you post on Reddit. How do I submit a VOD review request? Yeah, so you can actually DM or PM me on Discord or any of the platforms on which I advertise. So I think honestly, I think I don't know when, but they added like whispers to Twitch now, and so you can also feel free to drop any replay codes there. You can either book a session, which is a 1-hour discussion-based VOD review happening off the air. That way, you're free to talk, share your ideas with me, but also you can just drop a replay code right here in the Twitch chat. We'll be able to get around to it. And if you're in a rush, got to go anywhere, then just let me know. Hey, I need to look at this like right now. Got to practice, got to scrim, got work here in a little bit, and we'll take a look at it. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for dropping a chat. Oh god, there's so much yapping today. I hope that you guys don't drink me, or you don't hear me drinking my water too much, but I also haven't figured out my noise gate stuff, so. They now know the D.Va, playing your safe distance, making sure that you know where your team is, so that you know where your cooldowns need to go. Your cooldowns probably do need to be going out about this time because your Zarya is on cart. So playing your distance is fine here, but you really want to be looking to, like playing your distance is smart because they have a nano D.Va, right? And you want to be wary of that threat. But the other thing that you want to make sure that you're doing is, oh, hello, Ghost. Thanks for stopping by and for the follow. Woohoo! The thing that you also want to be doing to help cross distance, right? Make that distance a little bit safer to play is a sleep, a nade, some pressure, right? Anything that you can do, Lord the Yapper. Yeah, hello, root beer and root beer. If you don't follow me, I'm gonna asleep, a nade, something to alleviate the potential pressure so that you can play this space is really convenient. I would muster up your confidence and like actually duel that Ana at some point. If you ever run into Battle Cattle again, duel them next time. Build a little bit of confidence. Oh, you actually duel them. That's perfect. So yeah. Next time, take a little bit longer to hit a shot there, so that you have the confidence. And I'm so sorry. That's not actually me talking about the aim. That's me saying that the way to build confidence. This is actually directly from Spilo, the GOAT coach. Oh my goodness, do it, Ghost. Yes, absolutely do it. That's so worth it. Yes. Oh, 100%. What a brilliant idea, Ghost. Thank you. I'll leverage my authority to say it. Yeah, make it happen. 100%. I give the go ahead, and if someone has a problem with that, then they're gonna yell at me. and we'll have the VOD. We'll have the VOD to say, oh, but Ethan said it was okay. What was I saying? The dementia, guys. Oh, the dementia, how it settles in on this old shroom. Oh man. Oh, right from Spilo, the GOAT of coaching himself, is take your time. Make sure that the shot you throw is a shot that you land, because the shot that you land builds confidence. The shot that you don't land diminishes confidence, or at least it doesn't help to build confidence. So what you want to do is you want to take your time. So even if it takes you the time to shoot one bullet that it takes her to fire two, if your bullet is hitting and you still lose the duel, that's a dub, right? That's a dub. That's confidence for the next on a 1v1 in the next game, right? That's you saying, okay, I lost a Battle Cattle this time, but I'm going to win against Lord Thethan, because holy moly, that guy is trash on Ana. And I am. You can win very easily against me, and all you need to do is actually, you don't even need to have confidence. Sometimes, in order to win your duels, the actual only edge that you need is to simulate confidence. It's a funny concept, but it's a very real phenomenon. I won't edify it or quantify it for you guys here. I have 5,000 hours to my Overwatch account to prove to you guys that that at least if I don't know what I'm talking about, I at least have enough personal experience to convince myself, to delude myself into the notion that I do know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna pass that notion on to you guys, and we can all celebrate and be happy in this little diluted bubble of ours together. Thanks for watching, by the way, guys. Really, really appreciate it. It's actually some really, really big support that you guys are showing, and it means a lot. I'm very, very appreciative. I'll be doing this for a couple hours as well, so, for those of us who are going to be popping out, in and out, who have to go at some point, I appreciate you guys being here for only 30 seconds. I'm trying to make sure that, that stuff out in the middle of the open, and just not close to, any of my players who are, who end up watching this VOD or who are around to hear this are gonna hear me say this in their heads, is the closer walls covers corners, because that is actually what separates us from the highest level players. It's the littlest things like that, it's the teeny tiny things that over time accumulate to the point where we aren't in the middle of the open, we aren't in a really self-destructive position, or a position that maybe it isn't like bad for me to be in, but it isn't really helpful for my team that I'm maintaining a backwards point. So. Oh my goodness, that is Ubo Overwatch coach, Lord Thethan. Hello. Hello, thank you for the follow, UB Esports. Hello, Apollo, thank you for the follow, and rats. Rats are everywhere. Oh my god, I hope not. But at least you might find a little bit of peace by watching some Overwatch amidst the rats. We're all a little bit of a rat here. If you play Overwatch, have the game installed, or a license, an account that's in good standing with Blizzard, then odds are you're a little bit of a rat, and so you're in good company. The rats are everywhere. Thank you so much for the follow. Guys, if you have a replay code that you'd like to take a look at, then feel free to drop it in the chat. We will get to everything in pretty timely manners. I'm not looking to linger too long on anything, or honestly even rush through anything in particular. So the chat is open for questions, comments, discussion, as long as we're being considerate about people's feelings. That is everyone else's. You don't have to worry about my feelings. I exist on the internet to get hurt. Is that a well, nice game, nice win. I don't think you deserved it, though. I I just don't think that that you deserve. Oh no, 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 not the rats are everywhere. Starting the. Oh great, oh great. Oh, hello, Momus. Yes. Oh, I want to call you. I want to call you by your name, but I won't dox you. That would be so rude. Let's see. Okay. I want to take a look at another replay code. This one is actually going to be coming from my tank player. So for those of us who, yeah, I'm not going to let you give me your money, you freak. This one's actually coming from my tank player. I'm very, very happy that my tank player had a replay code or two to submit. This is going to be some really, really interesting stuff. So there's a couple of different things that you can get out of VOD reviews, guys. You can always come into a VOD review and be like, yeah, I'm looking to get some big takeaways, some big ideas, you know, about how to improve, how to get better, and sustain my persistent upward progress on the competitive ladder, right? And that is absolutely something that we look to get out of our VOD reviews. The other thing that we look is to learn. The other reason to VOD review is to examine relationships that you don't have the time to examine in the actual game itself. There's going to be nothing to critique. Yeah, there may be very little to critique. That's actually the point. So instead, what we will be able to comment on is a lot less of the this is what to do better. This is what to do differently. Here's another way to think about this example or about this particular scenario. And instead, what we will end up doing is examining again. It's those relationships. We would be able to be looking at what does the decision-making of a high-level Zarya player look like when it comes to self-bubble usage compared to allied bubble usage, right? And you can break Overwatch down into these infinitesimally smaller concepts that give it the depth and nuance that it has that makes it so enticing to play. And so that is... and so that's what we will probably be looking to get out of this one. My takeaway is stop having ADHD. Yeah, a little bit. It's actually just like lock in and like really make sure that you're thinking about like every single little thing, which is really good advice to give, right? For an Overwatch player. Hey, make sure you're thinking. But it is. There's probably other takeaways that we got. Rainy, thank you so much for letting us take a look at your Ana gameplay. Actually, it was a lot of fun to poke a little bit of fun. So I appreciate you being a really good sport. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip of my energy drink. I'm starting to sweat. Holy smokes, it's too hot in here. Oh my god, I just realized that. Huh? See how the screen is lopsided? See how like the arena is like kind of tilted over to the right? Makes me feel a little bit crazy. Oh, it's making me dizzy now. The more I think of it, the more I look at it, it gets worse. Anyways, high level, the glaze is crazy. Yeah. So this one, a little bit of context. JCV Stealth is my tank player. He is an actual unit of a thinker. Very very intelligent, very measured fellow. I like to give him a lot of trash, but at the end of the day, if there's a very prominent reason that I feel like I've been able to have a lot of success as a coach, this player is a good case. This is someone that I've learned a lot from. So, looking at the Zarya gameplay, we're seeing how Stealth really doesn't want to, top 500. It's a career top 500 player as well that we're looking at, and I think that this is solo queue ranked gameplay. So this is going to be your upper GM kind of lobby here, and already some really interesting decision making. We see that the position of the enemy is indicated by their 3 forward units here. That is right, the people who aren't going to be playing as far back as these other 2 are. Right. So for Stealth here, he knows that that's not really that's not really a fight that they want to take. Instead, playing here, going for the bubble on the Brig, and then pressuring out the Rom. Oh my god, I love this. I love this so much. Actually, look at the block punches. I've advocated for Rom players to do this as early as I started playing Ramatra because I really liked Ramatra, and so it's always fun to see people do this. It's a real min-max of like damage mit to damage dealt, and honestly, it's not. I wouldn't actually say because really back in the day I used to punch block like all the time. I don't actually think that it's worth it to do all the time here, but that's really nice. I really like that. And against a high energy Zarya, right? And she's gonna generally be high energy. It makes sense that as a Rom you would want to do equal parts mit as well as doing damage, because you want to not charge the Zarya, but you also want to pressure her out and force those bubbles, right? Prioritizing a position over a target, making sure that that we're able to mark and pressure the Sojourn out of her angle, as well as be ready to lead a push here, based on the cooldown of the ROM arms, which Stealth is going to be tracking here. Because the ROM arms are expiring, this means we can go really aggressive and make moves on him. In order to cross that distance, you'll see a bubble's going to have to get used here. A bubble to use the corner, right? So really, really intuitive, hyper-intuitive stuff. Mod me, and I will reinstall Overwatch now and make top 500. I bet. Wait, I don't trust you. Hold on, I don't trust you with mod power yet. You're gonna have to. we're gonna go a couple of streams. Oh, I figured. Wait, I figured out how to mod. I can ban that guy who left the bot message. Timeout. I love abusing my powers. So the bubble to close the distance around this corner, right? So that Stealth is taking as little damage, right? We would be able to see it in a different Zarya VOD where we are seeing Stealth round the corner and then bubble. But in the time that it takes to round the corner, we've already lost so much health that by the time we bubble, there's no additional damage that they feel they need to do, right? So instead, you want to pressure the Zarya as she's rounding the corner, so you're shooting the Zarya as she bubbles, and because she is getting shot as she rounds the corner, she's going to bubble as you're shooting at her, right? A lot of like timings really coming into one really favorable outcome for our Zarya player here. Here's the problem though. Can't commit on that, right? There are still threats, and holy moly, you can only play for the space that you can reasonably control. Getting out the ROM would have been really nice, though. And it seems like the Brig was ready to go in. Oh, my goodness. There's so much healing, though. And also the disruption and the damage. Stealth is alone, so I don't think that we end up making the wrong idea to get out of here. But, man, I would have loved to see a scenario where, look at the imbalance of this fight, right? So you could look at this and say, you know, Stealth should probably be... you know, hard pushing. Stealth probably shouldn't be pushing here, especially considering where our cast and our tracer are. But really, I would love to see a scenario where we've got like the entire formation, the entire team to fight out here, right? Brig, unfortunately, misses a shield bash and kind of gets launched out. Stealth doesn't have the bubble to make sure that that Hyung can stay alive, and now it's just a fight for life and energy. So I understand this. I don't really know that there's much that you can do besides wait. Yep. Come back and bubble someone. I really, really like that. I would have really loved to see, again, the scenario where the team is able to push out with the Brig, but I think that the patience really pays off, right? So because we give slow the time to get back up here, right? Because we're trying to send, realize we can't send, back off to a point where we don't have to die for sending. That is the Zarya, not the Brig. The Brig did have to die for sending, unfortunate. Well, just well played. I hate the Zarya spam. Playing far back to prep for what? What ults? What ults are we playing back for? What position? We're going to force him to use his slow. We're marking Lucio. We're making sure that we know where they are. Okay. All right, let's see. This is really interesting stuff, actually. Okay, so we're forward. Instinctively, you might actually want to play a little bit more aggressive as Zarya. You might want to deny a little bit more space, right? Play a little more brawly, but thinking about the matchup here and the fact that they have the Lucio Juno, right? They can just speed in. So I think that that's possibly the consideration that Stealth is maintaining here, is the fact that, you know, this red team can just run up on the blue team here. So playing back is sensible because it gives you the space to let them walk into positions that once they speed into, they can't very easily or very soon speed out of. It's possible that that's one of the angles that we're considering beyond just the fact that, like, if your Zarya is right here and your other units are able to start fanning out, the Zarya ends up in a position where, you know, she can get some really good charge off of her allies. The thing about the projected barrier is that it can be on self or allies, though. So, you know, it's possible that there's an instance, a scenario where you can play a little bit more forward. but also it's interesting how this scenario doesn't actually yield the allied charge granted from this bubble here, right? We're in the position that we could see people, but we're spamming out right clickies onto a Lucio that's going to be able to heal. This is as we're like draining energy, starting to hit like the non-lethal mark, if we haven't already hit the non-lethal mark of Zarya's energy requirements already. As our Tracer gets pushed on this angle that we, could have probably reasonably expected a Brawl comp to seek to push. So there's, kind of like how I mentioned, there's a lot of timings kind of going right, going favorably for our Zarya player there. There's a lot of timings kind of like not entirely going perfectly here, all right, where the Tracer has to blink out as the team engages, and you have to use bubbles that don't get charge. Take a shot every time he says stealth, you will die. I like that little jump onto the high ground here. Tough to lose slow, get a contest last second, or, okay. Man, the right clickies, why are they bothering me? The right clickies are bothering me a little bit. It's like they're auxiliary damage. It's like they're marks or auxiliary damage. Because, like, right there, right? Cass is in beaming range. Ramatra's in beaming range. In fact, you do more overall damage per second with the beam at this point than you would the right clickies. But you still go for right clicky, beam, right clicky. Right? And I'm not understanding entirely why. The right clicky is going to be immediate burst pressure. That won't help you. You're getting healing, and he's already punch blocking like an absolute weirdo. Anyways, you had already marked this cast over here. You marked the Tracer as well. The cast repeaks, and you right clicky him. It's actually a direct right clicky. You take out half his health. That actually probably is the way to take that, to burst him down really quickly there. Marking the Juno. See, but you right clicky the ROM. And I like that. I like that grab. I really, really like that grab. Oh, okay. All right. I think I understand a little bit more about the right clicking versus left clicking usage here on the Zarya. I still don't think that I like the right clickies though. I think that I would still see like what it looks like to try and be tackling the range, some of these ranges with the beam, especially since I think what is it? I'll actually pull up the wiki right now. Hold on, Zarya Overwatch wiki, because her beam is so long as a support. Well, as a support turned DPS player, as someone who played during Zarya metas, someone who played like during when she was like the off angle nuker in 6v6. God, that was so long ago. She is so scary. Yeah, her range is 15 meters on her particle cannon. That's so long. 15 meters. I wonder what ranges you could actually, like, basically be at, like, tickle distance, but at 100 charge, right? I don't think that her beam has a relationship correspondent to her energy. Her beam, like, that is. I think it's just damage. It'd be funny if her beam got longer as she got more energy. I thought at one point that they did it to where her width... Oh my god, the right clickies. Okay, see how that's off now, too? I thought there was a time that they did the width of the beam was, like, more or less based on the energy. I don't think it's like that anymore. Get booped by the Lucio, miss the right clicky, miss right clicky. You have to reload because you don't have ammo to beam. But you might be able to right clicky here. Am I just picking on James? Yeah, Zarya gameplay students, let's see some ball gameplay. Yeah, I agree. Does he have... Let me see if he sent me a ball code. I'm willing to bet you that he did send me a ball code. Oh, not the Winston gameplay. Do we get to see ball at any point? No, it's just Winston. It's just like Winston, and he's buffed too. He's just one of the best, absolute best tanks in the game. So that's tough. Ball gameplay. I hate the ball. I hate the JCV stealth wrecking ball. Oh my goodness, Phantom Shark. Thanks for the follow. Okay, no, I'm so glad that someone else hates the right clickies too. Yeah, I was starting to really not like the right clicky usage. I felt like it was like a little bit disjunct. Like there were some of these times that you wanted to be using the left clickies that you use the left that you opted for the right. There's times that you use the right that you wanted to opt for the left. Should we watch Jovenci on the ball here, as opposed to watching stealth on the Winston? Look, stealth JCV stealth is the one that gave me the replay code. Oh, look at that little tech, though. Going for the PD on the Winston. It's fine that that doesn't, you know, have the payoff that you want. Oh! Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah, no, we're watching the ball gameplay because this is going to get me animated. That's insane. Okay, so you managed to get the knock on the cast here. Look at that. Fireball. Little teeny tiny fireball. Or sends them all the way back over there. That is so funny. Okay. Rolling around, getting little bonks, little boops. LOS the Discord. Yep. I really like all of this. Go for PD on the Hanzo because it's easy and you can. Grapple there. You get the cooldown reset. Dodge the Discord. PD on Juno. Oh my god. Struggling to lock down target. Can't stay on a target for too long at all either. Get the Mega. You're with your Kiri. You can keep moving. Oh, that's actually a really nice engage. I actually really liked that. But now you have so much damage to play around, and you're discorded the whole time. That sucks. That is actually so hard. That is, Alright, what do we get off the scouting here? Oh god, Mercy Kiri with Ball. I haven't actually gotten to play with the Freya yet, either. I'm so excited to play her. She seems like such fun. A little too much shooting, I feel, and it's like you're having to shoot because, or our ball is having to shoot because we're in a position that like you can't very easily like roll around, which is really tough. So, you know, it's possible that like if the aim is to shoot, be in a position where you're shooting, but let that position be a spot that isn't so occupied, isn't so bombarded by enemies, where you're discordable, storm arrowable, you know, stuff like that. But otherwise, you know, maybe maintain or be able to get into or stay in positions where we are able to be more dynamic with our movement and our movement abilities. This is why it ends up being really interesting that we get forced out of this area, right? So we should actually know that they're here, right? Because especially since we have the Zen marked there, we're on the Juno. I think that we could be going on the cast. We could be disrupting the Winston. We don't have anything to like help our team with necessarily, right? It's really just going on the supports, forcing the Transcendence and separating Juno from the rest of these two is going to be a really good spot. But it's really hard to do that because we end up in this position that we had already previously marked them in. So I wonder if there's a little bit smarter of a way to go about this. Maybe not. You know, maybe at the end of the day, you don't have the opportunity to get light out of here. Let's see. Roll in, see the Zen, take the Discord, LOS the Discord, shoot the Juno. Beep, boop, 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 boop. I wouldn't mind seeing like a knockback on the Juno, and then rolling right back out into the Cassidy. We get the Transcendence out, but that's our Freya's work. We have to help our Kiri. Oh, that's actually... I really like that Freya ult, actually. I really like that Freya ult. And, hey, Echo, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you peeping in and watching a little bit of the VOD reviewing. We're just watching some, I mean, I don't mean to call Giovanci a no-name ball, but we're just watching a no-name ball gameplay right now. That was a nice mark and a nice roll on the Zen. Yeah, that looks about right. But now you have to, like, get onto the objective. Trying to first search for the grapple, you have a bubble to grapple into, or to slam into, and that's, yeah, it's just actually so incredibly difficult. Yeah. You know, this isn't even, like, the worst possible matchup for Ball to be in, either. I think the movement is just barely imprecise, and this is like, again, this is like the difference in the demands of some of these lobbies. You know, I would be allowed to move like this on Ball and look pretty good on it in a lobby that's a little bit different, right? Whether it's a lower rating or if it's different matchups or, you know, whatever. But you know, see how Zen isn't in the pile drive here, right? He's like actually on just the absolute furthest range of the pile drive, right? And it's just because like it's like a minute mechanical. You know, you just miss the input to slam right on top of him, and that kind of stuff happens. So you know, if you know that you're going to overshoot the movement, if you don't know that you will be able to be absolutely precise, then it's possible that you can, you know, roll in, get the Discord, force the storm arrows, be out, come back in to a position where the Zen has moved into a spot where maybe he's like a little bit stronger, but also you might be a little bit, you might be able to put yourself a little bit closer. You might be able to, with the Discord taken down, right, or the Storm Arrows forced, you know, you can body, you can actually exist there. You can use your guns because you can body that damage. You can take that, and that's a-okay. Oh my goodness, that's that's insane that didn't roll the cast. Get forced out by the dragons. Oh, you had lost your fireball. Oh my god, the fireball gets lost right as the collision occurs, which is really funny. So it ends up in this really weird movement, and I actually getting a little bit stunned there at like, whoa, that didn't work the way that I thought it would. Oh, I actually love that PD on the Juno. It would have had meaningful follow up. It was a pretty decent setup as well. Cassidy Deadeye that we have to LOS. I really like that grappling movement. I actually think that, okay, here's the thing. Like, you have the environment marked, and I think that you have the movement and the time to actually, like, you know, if you're not going to boop the Winston into the mines, right, which is hard. If you're not going to boop the Cass into the mines, which is hard. I don't think that as the ball, you would have to boop people away from the mines, right? So you LOS the Deadeye, but you would also get to LOS the Deadeye by taking this angle, right? Or swing, or, you know, slinging over here. It also doesn't cost you your grappling cooldown for you to grapple here, not trigger Fireball, and end up right here, right? That also might put you in a good position to get the Zen, to roll someone into mines, or even set up to do anything else. You actually don't want to confront the Zen here, Lamau, but you get the idea. You know, that there would be other things that our ball player is able to do here. Nice rate on the cast, blowing him up. We're discorded. Don't need to drop it right now because the pressure isn't that intense. And we're doing everything that we should be. I think that we are. I got the minefield to cut them off. Actually, that's a really good minefield as well, by the way. That's like a really excellent minefield in my opinion. It actually keeps them from being able to do as much as they want. Hey, Ant, thanks for the follow. Thanks for stopping by and dropping the follow. I really appreciate it. Much love to you, and I appreciate you being here. But oh, I was gonna say, make sure you're staying on top of your work. But I already know that you are. I'm gonna play some Freya instead of watching Freya. I don't need to watch any of that right now. It's like spoiling. It's like spoiling a good show. Speaking of, To Be Hero X, episode 4 releases today. Released today. I'm so excited. Oh my god, that show is so peak. Rolling back through. It's so limited here. I just don't ever see myself on the ball, period. But I also don't see myself on the ball, like, looking to finagle rolls on this one. Unless it's something that, you know, I've gotten, you know, some, like, wacky maneuvers, you know, maybe between some of these ankles, some of these anchors, ankles, did somebody say? That I'm not, like, that just looks really uncomfortable. Is there, you know, can you wait for a PD? Do you actually have, you know, we have the PD, so yeah, I see myself, I would see myself playing it a little bit differently there, but I'm also not a ball player. PD on the Winston. He's got the bubble for it. And we're just left with, it's not bad to shoot our guns on ball. You actually have to shoot your guns on ball a lot. There's just not as much of the movement that we want. That's a nice burst onto cast. It's okay that we don't get the touch in time because the fight is pretty much lost. Oh, that's such a greed. That's funny. I agreed exactly like that. Is this Hanbin? No. No, unfortunately not. It'd be very cool to watch Hanbin. That's a really nice bonk, actually. I like that. That was so disruptive to JCV Stell. Rolling in, discorded, dead-eyed. It's just the, so this is a really, really excellent principle. Oh my god, I'm glad that I actually get to talk about this, about a lobby that I know is GM+. Because GM players do this, and it's, again, like, it's down to, you know, for all of our metal rank players who are like, okay, what actually is the difference between me and a GM player? It's not actually the fact that, like, they hit shots, right? Because if you're talking about GM players, and you're thinking about mechanics, right? What helo is this? Oh, Electric Light Orchestra, so peak too. Mr. Blue. Do, 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 do. Now I've got that song stuck in my head just from Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue Sky. The difference between meta rank players and high rank players is actually just down to the smallest little minute details. One big picture concept is just playing our character the way that they want us to play our character, they being the red team, right? So if I'm playing Zen, if I'm playing Cass, if I'm playing Hanzo, right, I want to, as Hanzo, shoot a sonar down this angle, right? So that then when the ball rolls, I know where he's rolling. If I know where he's rolling off of a sonic arrow that I put around a well-placed corner, then I also have, I also may be able to conceive of a timing, right? Guys, I have enough experience to know how fast a ball can move after I've sonared in, right? And honestly, it doesn't take 5.3k hours to get that point, right? All it takes is a couple of games on Hanzo where you're playing against a good matchup wrecking ball, and a couple of willful, intentional sonars, right? So I fire my sonar arrow on an angle. I can mark the ball. That might also give me an idea of timing. If I have allies, they might be able to see that. They might be able to have that timing. If I have that timing and I'm playing Cassidy, then I'm saying, oh, excellent. If ball rolls up here, down main, which I would prefer him to. I don't want him rolling over here. I don't want him rolling over here. I'm already looking at this angle. I already know that the rest of the blue team that I want to shoot is at this angle, and so I'm maintaining this angle. So I say, I want the ball to roll right through here so that I can flash him. If I'm playing Zen, absolutely. The only thing that I want a ball doing, if I'm on the Zen here, is rolling through this space, flashed. Well, you're hindered is actually what it is. I want a ball rolling through here, hindered, and discorded. Sorry, discorded. So that I can blow him up, right? Yeah, obviously, no duh, Sherlock. But this is it, right? This is the difference. This is the discipline of the highest level players, right? This is a high level ball player. I absolutely know. There's a couple of things that Geo has actually done that I'm like, yeah, that's a high level ball player. This is a really cool stuff. But you also want to, in order to compete at the high levels, right? You want to make sure that you are also not playing in ways that they want you to play, right? Take the extra time, take the extra discipline to set up your angle, force a cooldown, be marked, take the discord, body the flash, play near the sonar, right? And going on from there. I think that, I don't think that this is, like, we aren't making mistakes. We aren't making series of mistakes. But you can see how, like, profoundly little we're able to get off of the things that we're looking to get with them, such as the minefield, such as the boop, right? But the things that would help us with that are the things that we haven't done, right? The things that we haven't committed to. And that's going to be the pathing, the ability usage, the target prioritization, being marked, bodying a cooldown, forcing an ult or a position or a rotation of some kind. Honestly, getting point touches, because you have to, right? You got to get point touches up until the point actually gets flipped there. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Hitting the Juno, good moves, nice bonk on the Winston. I actually really like this. I like to see from a ball player, rolling on and off the objective. You know that you have to fight this fight, but, like, you don't have to hard fight at every stage of the fight, right? You can dip in and out, ebb and flow according or correspondent to the different phases of these fights, right? Like the opening phase, the engage phase, the mid-fight phase, the ult exchange, right? All of these different scenarios of that end up being anatomous. Is that a word? Anatomous to these fights. You've got all of these different parts to it that you can say, okay, for this part of the fight, I can be hard in, I can be out, I can be on a mega, I can be looking for a cooldown, I can be using an ult, right? So, the fight phase that we're playing in can also help us understand the decisions that we should be making. Again, correspondent to that fight phase. So I actually really, really like that. I launch on that point because I see our very noble ball player. And by the way, huge shout out to Team 4 over at Blizzard Entertainment. With this patch came improvements to the replay viewer. It no longer breaks inexplicably. I don't know how using the scrub meter to go back and forward, as you would in a YouTube video, would request a disconnect from the client side. But for some odd reason, in the previous patches, anytime you wanted to go back at a certain point in the replay viewer, you would be sent back to the login screen. So huge shout out to Team 4. Thank you for not lying to us this patch and fixing it, as opposed to last patch, which you said you had fixed it, and it wasn't fixed. I mean, VOD reviewing so hard. That's why I was waiting for this new season to VOD review, to stream, to do stuff, is because, like, Yo, I like, the replay viewer doesn't work. So we're out, we're in, we PD, Deadeye comes out, we have to play our angle, our corner, someone has to touch, someone might get a touch, we can get a touch, right, the overtime wick, we have just enough time, we can help kind of disrupt the cast, we want to pressure him out. See how all of these decisions, right, we have to get the monkey off the point because we have to win the fight. Killing monkey is definitely a part of how we win that fight, but we also had to get our touches in, force the casts off, be on the presence, or be presence on the point. So there's a lot going on here. There's a lot that... there's a lot of decisions that we end up being able to go for at any point in time, and it was really refreshing to see Geo go for the what I would say are the categorically really generally good positions. I like that PD. I'm not going to comment on the perks. I did notice that we had the tank booping perk and then now the PD perk, which I actually really like that PD perk when I'm playing ball, but I play ball like so incredibly casually. I won't comment on the perks. It really depends on the setting that you're playing in. There are some perks that are good for some players, some perks that are good for other players, some perks that are good if like for certain teams, right? Like on our team, if Apollo is watching, then like Apollo on Moira, anyone on Moira on our team, you are not allowed to take the biotic, the purple perk. I don't even know if that's still in the game, by the way. That might have been patched out because of how trash it was. But that Moira applies DPS passive on biotic orb targets. No, absolutely not. Do not pick that perk, right? But honestly, that's in our team environment. If there's a solo queue ranked environment that you want to apply DPS passive and go into the backlines and start farming damage as Moira, like that's the right thing to do half the time. Oh, I just sided with the DPS Moira players on day 1 of streaming. My career's over. Ooh, or maybe that's just the clout that I need to take off. So, I don't have any comments to make on, like, the ball perks, whether they're good or bad. It seems like they're pretty good. If you're tangling with the tank a lot, then it makes sense that you'd want to do critical damage or more, boost damage onto those tanks with the knockbacks, with the grapples, the fireball, and it makes sense that, if you are a PD crutch as myself, that you would want to use that. Seems like there's a little bit of PD crutching here. Hey guys, thanks so much for staying tuned in. If you're here with us right now, we're still going for a couple of more hours, so we'll still have plenty of time to get to VODs and such. Feel free to drop any VODs that you would like to take a look at, and we can either take a look at them here and now, or we can. You can always book a VOD review session as well for any time. That would be a really good opportunity for us to actually get in and talk, one-on-one about some of these things that we're discussing. I want to go back a little bit. I just want to look at the pathing. It's really important to understand that, as an Overwatch player, oh my god, like, that's just like a really, really greedy PD. And it's interesting too, right? Like, okay. So Overwatch 2 boils down to 2 principles. I really wanted to go a couple of streams without saying it, because this is like my coinage right here. At least as far as I know, I've not been in a circle where I hear anyone else just like endlessly tout these 2 principles. But it also makes sense that, for a first stream in a while that we are covering this one. Overwatch 2 boils down to 2 principles. Those are timing and map control. If you control the map, then you will be able to do things, and if you do things according to the timing that they should be done, then you will win. That is generally how to win games. It's actually just down to those 2 principles. If you have your fingers on the pulse of timing and map control, you will win games. I don't know how to better quantify that for you, right? Is just win games based on 2 principles. Make the game easy for yourself by understanding and internalizing the practice around these 2 and the disciplines around these 2 particular principles. It's interesting how timing comes into effect here. Look at our hero, our ball hero, as he respawns, right, and is looking to roll in. I don't think that we see the grapple cooldown, right, and that's no big deal. You don't need to see the grapple cooldown to get out of spawn, although if you do see the grapple cooldown to get out of spawn, then when you fireball, you only have 5 seconds until that grapple cooldown comes back, right? During that 5 seconds, is it possible that if we use the grapple cooldown to get out of spawn over the course of that 5 seconds, or does that 5 seconds, is that the amount of time that it takes for our grapple to regenerate? Do we have to use the grapple here? Is there a way that we can use grapple so that when we PD on this Ana, she isn't able to be around the corner, right? So as I'm talking about like map control and timing, it's definitely worth it to like mention map control, right? And how, we pathed to this Ana here, and how she actually has a little bit more control since she has been in this portion of the map for longer than we are, right? So she has access to more scouting info. She's going to be closer to walls, covers, corners. She's practicing good map control right now, and it makes her able to definitely dodge this, right? But also timing comes into that a little bit as well, right? Isn't it a little bit unfortunate that our ball hero respawns and rolls out right as their Ana is not even respawning, but like getting to the Ana spot TM? If Overwatch 2 boils down to two principles, those being timing and map control, then Geo isn't actually making any mistakes here. It just ends up being a little bit unfortunate, but it ends up also being a really good opportunity to talk about the unfortunate instance where timing applies, right? Where timing actually kind of bites us in the butt here. But there are a lot more instances that we will be able to talk about over the next coming weeks, or however long, where we are able to incentivize good decision making on the basis of timing, right? Where we are able to say, instead of letting timing arbitrarily kind of bite us in the butt here, we can use timing, we can exploit the timings that Overwatch abides by, because Overwatch does abide by timings. Example, honestly, great example being cooldowns. Cooldowns have timers, right? So Overwatch abides by timings, we can exploit that, all right? I don't mean to get boring. I actually think that that's some really interesting stuff. I love talking about map control and timing. And so since you guys launched me off on it, it's going to be really impossible to shut me up about that. Thank you, Geo. Big shout out to Geo for doing that. Watch out for that Discord. I don't think that you have a choice to get out anyways. And is that a captured point? That's actually a captured point. Very nice, Geo. Let's go. We bodied the sleep. That's okay. Better us getting slept than, like one of our supports or something like that. Our Sojourn ends up going down. We have to be point presence. Oh my goodness. Did Stealth get off of the point? I honestly forgot that JCV Stealth was actually in this game. Hey guys, if you're tuned in, thank you so much for watching. Feel free to drop any replay codes if you'd like to take a look at those as a little Twitch. Oh, greeting on the Freya. For shame, for shame. Primal, just Primal and Touch. Ah, for shame, JCV Stealth. And Geo gets a well-earned point there. If you don't want to take a look at any VODs on Twitch, then you can also feel free to PM me on Discord at Lord Thethan, or I guess you can do whispers on Twitch now. I wouldn't whisper me on Twitch, guys. Like, that's such an unreliable way to correspond with me. It's actually just Lord Thethan, same name, all lowercase, on Discord. If you want to schedule a VOD review session, 1 hour discussion based, mostly discussion from me. I'm the yapper, but I love hearing you guys' thoughts as well. And as in that vein, feel free to drop any thoughts that you guys have in the chat as well. I really, just generally in the background, I kind of like this engagement, this setup. It doesn't have the payoff that we want, and we're kind of like, our scouting is like really tenuous as well, right? We're kind of understanding where they generally are because we know right now where they aren't, right? And we also get little glimpses of, blue shield health pools and stuff like that. Okay, but we talked about this already. We talked about this vaguely on this objective here. But really, it's interesting to see it apply back here. This isn't even like as bad of a section. There are angles here, straight away right here, a high and elevated ceiling up here, right? That and honestly, even portions of natural cover, right? On this side, people can't shoot you from there. If you are well, anyways, you can finagle things here. Is what I'm saying. It's definitely forced. It's definitely corny, and that's the point. Like, is the point here to play corny, to be forced? It's clearly to go for the bola here, but we weren't set up to go for the minefield. So if Overwatch 2 boils down to two principles, those being timing and map control, then the fact that we weren't timing our mines with the bola is problematic. We were timing our mines and bola around the transcendence, or at least we used one of those ults to get transcendence out, which is very important. So perhaps we did play abiding by time there, by the timing. But we also never really had the map control, right? We do have the map control to bola here. I wouldn't say that this is the portion of the map that you want to control with mines, though, right? So if you don't control this section, but you want to, then it's possible that you would consider a different tool to use that. Oh my goodness, yo, Root Beer, it didn't like that. It didn't like you saying like you would watch my codes. I also would watch your codes. I actually would love to watch some Mercy gameplay right now. Mercy is so bad, and she's been so bad, and she's getting as much hate as she ever has, and I. It's partially because I'm a DPS player, but I love my Mercy players, and I generally like recognizing people anyways. So, his leg tweaked out. Hold on, let me look. So anyways, if the aim is, so yeah, absolutely, I would watch your Mercy codes on stream. I'm just gonna watch, I'm not gonna VOD review you solo, because I hate you, Root Beer. So if the ball is to be, if the aim is to, control the map here, then we could possibly use a different tool to control the map than the minefield, especially since the ball is going out. We want to force the transcendence. We know that they have the transcendence, and there's a better section of the map to control with the minefield. The point. I don't mean to take a GM game, guys, which are so mystical and mythical, right? You think about a GM lobby and you're like, oh my god, those guys are so good. They're playing in low GM. Oh my god, guys! Oh no, low GM players. As someone who's hit low GM, spent a very brief period of time in low GM, and promptly got the boot. Low GM players are so bad. I was very briefly one of them. So low GM players aren't actually mythical and mystical, and they make things harder on themselves. I don't mean to diminish the skill sets. I don't play at GM anymore because I suck. But GM players don't need to, and on your way to GM. You don't need to make things difficult. Just minefield the point. Make it hard for them. Okay. We're going back to where Hanzo's leg was tweaking out. I didn't forget. I think it's when you pause. Sometimes the limbs like go a little bit zany and wonky. Okay, we're starting to waste too much time on this. But it's for a good cause. I feel bipolar. Holy. This is not just an excuse to stare at Hanzo calves, by the way. I'm not complaining. No, I don't see the bug. I don't see the bug. I see he's tweaking. Okay, big picks. Big minefield. I don't. It's like the better of the worst minefields. I think you could go for there. Rolling back in, looking for targets. We're just marking and scouting and responding to what our supports are, or what the rest of our team is indicating might be around. It's amazing how profoundly little damage, or how much less damage you took than I thought you were actually going to take there. So that's amazing. I don't know what compels a ball player to take a risk like that. I would never feel comfortable rolling out in front of that. But I realized watching this over for a fourth time, we actually do have reads on all the rest of their team on the other side of the fountain. So it actually makes sense. Timing and map control, right? They don't control the section of the map that gives them the angles on a ball, basically frontlining as ball, which, you hear someone be like, oh, frontlining as ball, right? In your ranks game, and you're like, oh, that's bad. Don't do that, right? But this is objectively not a bad decision, and it's not unhelpful to the team either. You're going to force Winston to jump elsewhere. You can possibly attain some point progress, flip the objective, find a new target to jump on. The grapple is really flimsy here. I think that the strategy, I think that there doesn't seem to be like a strategy that helps make a win here attainable. So I would send it to you as a clip. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out as a clip. Thank you, Momus. Oh my god. Yeah, actually just no plan. Past. Okay, body of the Winston, get him in a corner. Man, I expected you to take more damage, so it's possible that Geo also expected. I say Geo as if Geo's here right now. I expected Geo to take more damage, and so I understand Geo getting out, but understanding, or now realizing how little damage Geo took, I wonder if getting a pick on the Winston was actually a lot more possible than we thought. But I don't know that the rest of the team was in position. So it's possible, honestly, that timing and map control, actually just waiting a little bit longer to get scouting info, or getting our scouting info, and then seeing Winston over there waving hello, and then receding into the shadows to wait for the rest of our team to be in a position to meaningfully follow up our engage against the Winston might be a really good call. Otherwise, roll into the Winston, engage, disengage, and now you're looking to have Discord applied on you, so it's not onto a teammate. Now you're looking to get Anna to sleep you, so that she's not sleeping, your ulting Sojourn, right, or your ulting Juno, right? We're looking to cleave out the space that we need for Raid to be effective, which means possibly zoning out the Ana, who can anti-nade its healing, or the Zen, who can cut through its healing. All right, Root Beer, thank you for hanging out, Root Beer. Enjoy your food, and unironically, next time I'm up doing replay codes, send some to me, because I'll definitely want to look over them. we just end up rolling around here. So there's just like, I don't like to jump to conclusions. I don't like sitting here and being like, oh, there's no plan, right? Because we end up PDing on the Hanzo. We take a little too much damage with the Discord. We were in, right? So that means, you know, we got Discorded because we were in. If we are in, it's because there has to be an idea of what we want to do, right? But there's not a plan. There's not a, this is the order of operations. This is the sequence, right? It is just I exist on ball, roll in as ball, do damage as ball, and then eventually die as ball. But if you want to do more as ball, then you really want to be thinking, what should I be doing as ball? I don't hate that adaptive shields, but you get just, oh no, yo, Geo gets nothing out of it. That's so sad. The interesting thing here is too, actually, I'm going to slow this down, take a little bit of time on this one. We're rolling through. The aim is to roll through, get a touch, right? Because we're creeping up on touch and hours for the objective. And then we proc adaptive shields. I think that's 4. So plan is to roll through, get our touch. 1, 2, 3, proc adaptive shields. The interesting thing to me is that we proc the adaptive shields, which helps us stay in, helps us get cooldowns, or, you know, affords us the opportunity to body a cooldown. Although you don't want to be slept for 5 seconds here, right? So I understand going for the dodge here. But is there a different dodge that lets us actually, like, effectively use this overhealth, right? Because now we've got 5 seconds on the overhealth. We have to go for the touch. We end up discorded. But, like, could the overhealth have bodied some of the discorded damage, right? Could we force Zen to send some of his clip into us with the Discord while our adaptive shields are active, as opposed to letting him Discord us and melt us down with a full clip later in that fight, right? So if Overwatch is a cumulative game, then we see how quickly those negative accumulations can pick up and ramp up there. How that affects the consequences. Oh my god, it's actually a new era. It's a scary era for Lord Thethan, being online. I normally prefer to be incognito mode, appear offline, invisible, and so it's gonna be interesting, getting like messages and stuff like that. Angus, thanks for absolutely. I would love to queue sometime. Holy smokes, Angus is such a great kid. And sorry, I don't mean to diminish, or you know, say that diminutively. Everyone's a kid to me, to BH. But ooh, I like that boot. I like the energy. I like the reason for that boot. The scenario. I don't really care for the minefields there. I think you know, if you're just thinking about what minefields can do, and you think about the way that their comp is playing. I mean, the way that their comp has played this entire time as well, like they're Zen Ana, right? They're Zen Ana Winston dive with a Hanzo and a Cass, right? Their Winston wants to be out and then jump, you know, their Winston wants to be in and then jump back out to those supports, right? So, like, cutting supports off with a minefield in this particular matchup, it's not that that's a wrong thing to do. I wouldn't ever want anyone to walk away with the conclusion that, like, oh, you should not minefield Zen Ana off from the monkey. That is a stupid idea. No, absolutely not. That's a good idea. Almost always, you know, minefield them off, you know. But then you want to play around that, right? And you want that minefield to be there for a reason. We're tangling with a Winston Primal because we kind of saw that we couldn't minefield off the supports. But I think that if you're thinking about what the minefield can do, then you're also thinking that it can just be point presence for you. It can be point presence with you. So we fought the monkey. Honestly, as soon as he goes for Primal, I'm looking to do something else, and I'm not looking to adaptive shields the Primal Winston. So this one is probably just like a, you know, we're just not thinking as clearly as we possibly could be. It's not that we would want to be full sending our ball hero into the fray of battle, where the 4 of them are on the objective here, but it's also not as if I would ever have Geo, you know, kind of waltzing with the Winston there. There's ult charge to generate. There's cooldowns to force. I mean, this is an excellent engage onto the Hanzo. Like, is this an opportunity that you could look for if you were in Geo's position on the Wrecking Ball during the Primal Rage, right? Where you don't have a fight to win, but you do have ults to generate, cooldowns to force, ultimates to force, repositions to prompt. There's so many things you can do. And the downside with Overwatch, the thing that makes this game profoundly unfun, is that you have such little time to do all of these different options, and you can only ever do one at a time. Sometimes you can do one thing that helps you kind of meet the conditions of two different options there. But generally, you're only ever going to be able to do one thing. You have a very limited period of time to decide to do that one thing. And even past that, there are enemies on the field who are looking to execute the right things against your thing to turn your right thing into a wrong thing, right? Overwatch is an insanely beautiful, complicated game. And I am so glad that we did not watch JCV Stealth's Winston there. I actually had a lot more fun looking at the ball. So that was fun. We are going to take a look at another code here in a moment. But before we do so, we are gonna pop out for a very brief break. So I gotta give my voice a couple of minutes of rest. And so if you are just popping in, thank you for swinging by. Thank you for the follows as well. Stick around. We're not going anywhere. Just going to step away very briefly. Feel free to send any messages on Discord in Twitch chat about questions about Overwatch, or maybe there's a replay code that you would like to take a look at. Free from the ball gameplay. Yeah, we are finally free. We're also free of Lord Thief for a very brief period of time, but again, only very briefly. I'll be right back on the other side of a short break. Okay. Alrighty, guys. We're coming back in it. Thanks for, oh my gosh. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate you guys. I really thought that I was going to be down to like -3 viewers by the time I return. Not that the stream analytics really matter too much, since I know that the 12 people who are here are probably 12 people that I know pretty personally. And also, you know, we're just here to we're just here to play Overwatch, guys. We're just here to play Overwatch, play the game, and watch it and enjoy it. So let's get back into it. Talking about watching and enjoying and playing. We've got another code that got sent our way. Lord the Back. Yeah, we are Lord the Back. And we are a Poverty streamer reusing assets. Guys, I had like 12, 14 hours the other day. To you know, set up my stream, get the assets all enabled, get things encoded, and I played Baldur's Gate 3 and Divinity Original Sin 2 instead. They were fun sessions. They were really fun sessions. Divinity 2 was actually so frustrating. That game is so incredibly difficult. And part of what's difficult is the fact that I'm playing it for the first time on its hardest difficulty. Well, second hardest difficulty. And apparently you're supposed to play games on like the, you know, I don't know, the regular. Yeah. Okay. So I'm getting a code right now. We'll take a look at it later, though. And instead we are going to look at we're going to take a look at row code. Okay. All right. So this one's such a treat. Okay. So I think we're going to get I actually mentioned cuz I threw up an ad for coaching, and part of the ad was that no steamroll codes. Don't give me steamroll codes. I'm not going to be able to work with those. You know, the best replay codes to look at and like get takeaways for Overwatch from are going to be the codes that, you know, those are close games where, you know, maybe you deserve to win but didn't, or you didn't deserve to win but you ended, you know, your team, you know, really came through for you. It's possible that we actually get to see a roll here. And this is row code. This is a very very good buddy. And he also coaches. So when I was drafting up my advertisement for coaching, I actually was tempted to include a little snippet that's like, I advertise up to GM3, GM2 coaching, but I'm not a GM3, GM2 player. I play at like low masters, mid diamond. Sometimes on like my worst days, I play at like low plat. But you don't have to play at that elo to be a coach. This guy actually plays at that elo and coaches. So this is going to be some really fun gameplay. Rohut's an absolutely insane player, but even the most insane players get absolutely dumped on, and especially when you're going up against Team Nightmare players. yeah, you're going to get dumped on. So this one's going to be a treat. You can hear even Lego's excited about the prospect of getting to watch some. Okay, but I gotta go back because I was looking at my other monitor. All right, let's take a look. All right, goes for the knife. I love it. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. I don't watch that from Dirt's POV. Just move the cart. What a nice lineup, Roko. You're like, okay, all right. If you're the Hog player, you're like, okay, I get it. Very funny queen fella. It's very scary to be crossing even distances of like 2.5 meters. I mean, you see how it just doesn't take players at certain levels like any time at all to just bring you to nothing. Half HP. All it took was 1 second and a sojourn down an angle. Goes for the knife. Misses. Land your knives. Forehead. Ooh, I love kniving and axing the hog. I don't know if that's the right thing to do on the queen. I also like this distance that you're playing here. Man, I would have wanted a reason to stay in, especially since I have my axe cooldown back. That's a nice dodge on the hook. Actually, gotta go back here. I gotta watch this in 0.75 because there's actually a lot that happens. Like higher up the lobby that you, higher up the ladder that you get tends to be that instead of happening like in sequence, like you sometimes find in like the absolute. In the absolute most simple lobbies, and sometimes that's not bronze, sometimes that's like a diamond lobby, that like shit is happening very simply in sequence. But sometimes you get these lobbies where like it's really complex. So you see like a fight happening out here, right? And this is the kind of fight that you would expect to see happening out here. But then you've also got the Sojourn in this Genji dueling, right? And Junkrat is going to mine himself up here and walk into that tunnel if he is a Junkrat player, even remotely worth his salt. Bandit is going to probably look to take a very long sightline angle here, and eventually look to move up the stairs. And all of these things are happening simultaneously, concurrently, right? And so, so very cool stuff. Whenever we get these lobbies, these games where there's a lot happening all at once. But it means that I have to slow it down a little bit. We go for the shout. We lose almost all of our HP. But we lose, yeah, almost all of our shout HP almost instantly. Go for another knife. That was probably like more of a greed knife than anything. But I didn't catch that the first time we watched this. So I'm gonna let you walk, Rocode. And so will they. Oh man, it's tough that you end up getting forced out of the position. Like it's so funny that you could have just walked up there. You could have just kept walking. So man. I wonder if, like, brawling it out with the Roadhog just, like, is the wrong call here. When really, I mentioned it earlier, when I'm playing Queen, if I'm up against the Roadhog matchup, I absolutely am, like, swinging my axe and throwing my knife there. So it's interesting how it's probably not the nature of the matchup or of a particular composition. It's probably more the nature of, like, the positions in the map that are being maintained. It's probably a map control thing. Is actually what should be dictating the decisions that you're making here, as opposed to like a fight phase, engagement, target prioritization kind of thing, right? Because like you don't want the junk and the carry to be in there. You also can't very easily go in there. You can't very easily be anywhere else, but you might have been able to be there in the first place, as opposed to tangling with this hog. I don't think anything bad is happening. I don't think any wrong decisions are being made besides walking onto that hog trap, but there's a lot of limit testing. There's a lot of Rocode being like, okay, can I move to this spot? You know, can I shout and knife here? But I think you end up with too many like can I's instead of I'm just gonna take this option. I'm just gonna walk in there with a Junkrat and knife and axe, and if I miss my cooldowns, then I die. But if I don't miss my cooldowns, then there's a chance that I don't die and that I kill him. Oh my god, even the shit or low GM players have to take risks, I guess. Is that the takeaway, Rocode? I'm sorry I called you a shitter, Rocode. You're so much more gifted and talented and handsomer and more charismatic than me, and I recognize all of that. It happens to be two things about you, but I love that. I love that knife on the Junkrat. That's so based. Oh my god, I've never seen a more based knife to throw. At least not today. I haven't. And I just really like that. I don't know that there's something better you go for, but man, like you're going for the knife and you miss it. So like, do we end up elsewhere, right? If I miss that knife, am I enticed to be like, okay, I missed that knife, I'm walking up there until he's out, right? I know that my Genji's up there, so I probably don't have to go up there. But if my Genji's up there, does that mean that I can pinch? Does that mean that I'm setting up a knife on this angle because I know that he might end up being forced out there? Do I ignore the Junkrat because I can't very easily engage on him, but I can easily engage on the rest of their team? We decide to go for the knife on the hog. We have our axe and our shout, cross distance, but there's no distance that we can safely cross. So we end up using... Ooh, I don't know that I like that shout. How much damage do you emit with this? 12? Oh! You actually got a 12 damage emit off of that shout. Holy, that's so valuable. I love that ult, though. Oh my god, that is such a good... Oh, that's very nice. Very, very nice stuff. Yeah, I really like all of that. That was some really good stuff. I mean, you've got some really typical like Junker Queen principles here. Oh, and I love that like you're searching for the Junkrat. You found him. The he kind of, oh my god, he kind of gets you with the trap there. What a champ! Oh my god, I gotta see that. I gotta see how he throws that trap there. What a champion. Junkrat players, take notes. If this were Attack on Titan, this would be a real Shinzo Sasageyo moment. Heart and soul for the cause. And our noble Junkrat player, I think he does actually. I think his sacrifice does pay off. If Overwatch is a cumulative game, then a Junkrat sacrifice now may come in really handy later. Following up on the nade, following up, oh my god, I saw an enemy on a nade, and I was like, you gonna follow up on that nade? Oh, you followed up alright. Oh, you followed up alright. Baited! Hey, at least your Genji got out. Yo, did you win or lose this game, dude? Knife on the hog. Man, I would have loved to see like one of those gutsy knives on the Sojourn on Hong Kong. I also wonder if like there's a possibility for you just like walk up here from the start. You don't actually have anyone marked though, and your Sojourn's already up there, so you probably don't need to be up there. Their Sojourn gets an antidote. Oh, you missed the axe. No. Oh my god. Yo, old man reaction time. Like, you see the Kiriko, Kiriko's 1 HP. Oh, never mind. It didn't actually take you that long. For me, it looked as if it took you, like, an eternity to, like, slowly gaze over at the Kiriko. But no. Oh, mercy. Yeah, knife and axe on the hog, but, like, what good is it gonna do you? Hey, you're just stalling. Yeah, you're just stalling the objective. Oh, that's tough. That's so tough. I don't actually know how you win this fight. Yana has to not die. Let's see. You walk out. Ana's up here. Goes for Nano. Dies to Junkrat. Genji goes for swings. Yo, excuse me? Okay. Alright, we finally got the Ana. Genji's out. Their Soj went for Overclock. Our Mercy's in Valk. Oh my gosh. Our Mercy actually, like, wasn't even, like, doing anything particularly wrong, it feels like. I actually think... hold on, I gotta watch this from Snowball, but... I wonder if they were doing, like, the right movements. Oh, they're flying out in the open. Oh, they're flying out in the open. Oh, and that's, like, a really nice, like, flash, like, re-decision. Yeah, I know, we're so off the rails. It's, like, such a flash, like, reposition, and when really, I wonder if, like, you... There is a principle, actually. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Can you tell that, like, I'm actually just, like, a hack because of how often I have to just fall back on, like, the same old thing? All of my players know it. Follow through with our good ideas. That's a very important principle, right? If the idea is to, you know, get the revive on the Ana, tether the Junker Queen, and then eventually get to the corner, and I understand that we don't have a lot of Mercy players in our chat, but like... the principle is the same, whether I'm on Mercy or Genji or Hog or whatever, right? If I have no mobility, if I have only mobility, if I'm playing a character that hasn't been released to Overwatch yet during their beta weekend, or if I'm playing a character that was here since the beta of the first game, right? I can stick to my good ideas, right? So if my good idea is flying into cover, right? If my good idea is pushing this high ground, right? If my good idea is knifing the Sojourn, right? As opposed to dealing with anything else, then you can stick with it. I wonder what moving past the Roadhog. Oh my god, that regeneration is insane. I think your Ana is also healing you at that time. Yeah. So you eventually die. Yeah, I don't really know how you win that. It's kind of dependent on like a lot of things going a lot worse for red team and a lot of things going like a lot better for you. But that's a-okay. Little reset to the Ethan, the Thethan cam there. We might think about streaming with the face at some point. Helps that I'm a very handsome person, but I just don't necessarily know why I would need to. Queen shout to take the junk spam. Exists in a place where the hog trap is, the junk trap is. Yeah. Oh my god, this is like so gutsy, and honestly, it makes sense to take a fight here. I think that it's another very interesting science to examine the relationship between where we take fights, when we take fights, and where the objective is compared to where it needs to be. Not only for objective completion, but you know, where does the objective need to start and stop at certain phases of these fights to make certain progresses, to stop and start at different points so that different fights later consecutive fights might be easier to take in certain ways, right? So, holy smokes, it's so easy to get off the rails with a game like this and kind of lose ourselves in the theories of possibilities here. And I don't like to get too lost in that, but it's not a bad exercise to open up our minds and our mind's eyes to these kinds of things. I know it's row code. It's the critically acclaimed row code. I think row code actually can say that he's critically acclaimed now. We are on the high ground and up on the low ground. We jump onto the low ground in the middle of the open, and I'm getting whole hogged. Oh no, baited! Oh god, you dumb idiot! Oh no, do we just give it up? Oh my god, after that, if I'm playing Queen, I absolutely just say, yeah, it's over from there. Yeah. All right, let's see the roll. Let's see it. Oh my god, it accumulates. And it's all off that Junkrat. Remember? The Junkrat who sacrificed his life, Shinzo Sasage Yo? Yeah. It's because of him that things are off the rails now. Oh, getting hooked out of the X. Oh no. Missing the knife. Follow the hog. Don't flip onto the Don't flip onto the Kiri. The hog is antied. And he's also going to give you more regen because he has more bleed ticks to give you. If you, well, actually no, I forgot that they buffed Queen very long ago actually, to where she still gets her bleed ticks even after targets die for their full value, unless that's changed now. It's amazing. You can coach Overwatch for like 5 years and not care about the patch notes. Oh my god, yo, Roko, you're getting rolled. Holy smokes. Oh my lord. All right. Well, you have like until first point of Rialto to get a grip, I guess. What is your plan? Oh, look at him. He's nodding. Roko's like, I got a plan. Oh, yeah. Okay, Roko, let's see it. Let's see the plan. I'm ready. If I were playing Junker Queen in this, I would swap, first off. Like, I just wouldn't be playing Junker Queen for one. There's easier characters to play. But if I'm playing Junker Queen, I think I'm looking for Junkrat. I think that that's the target that can escape from me, but like also can't escape from me, but that is going to be in positions where I can put myself in a spot where it is more difficult to escape from me. So I'm not going to go on too long, but the Ana is going to escape from me. The Hog doesn't want to escape from me. The Sojourn does escape from me, but the Sojourn plays at longer ranges than the rest of her team, or than some of the other parts of her team. The most notable part being the Junkrat here. That's who I'm looking after. Look, I'm the mid-diamond tank, and we're watching GM tank. So maybe I'm the crazy person, and maybe I'm saying, yeah, I sick myself as Junker Queen on this Junkrat, and it's easy to say that from the coaching chair, but it is not. Looks to me like the plan is to win. That's always the plan, Ant. But how often does it actually go according to plan? If you're me, it doesn't ever. Oh my god, if you're Roko, it's not going according to plan right now. So again, it's easy to say, oh, I'm going on the Junkrat, from the coaching chair. But end of the day, easier said than done. But you're also not making moves onto where the Junkrat are. It is. Oh my god, that felt particularly embarrassing. Where the Junkrat are? Oh my lord. I'm gonna have to retire from streaming and talking. Yeah. Man, wow. I hate Rialto. It used to be one of my favorite maps, and now it is, now it's one of my absolute least favorite maps to roll into. I don't mean to plant seeds of despair, within those of us who are watching and or listening. But holy smokes, this map is just so bad. It's so It's so difficult to play. All of the characters who are who make the game really unfun are really good on this particular map. Looking at you, Widow players. But also like the Roadhogs who want to hook people into the sink, and the Lucios that want to boot people around. Now playing Lucio and Roadhog and doing that is very fun, but you also can only do that at that corner and not like anywhere else on the map unless you're very lucky to take engagement out on the yacht, right? But how often is that really happening? So I think that yeah, it's just like it's so incredibly hard. I hate Rialto, and so like because I hate Rialto, I'm looking to like just not play in any of the spots that I know playing Rialto is so bad, which involves this first corner when the cart is there, right? So again, we actually end up like falling back to like there is a relationship, and we're not going to dig into it because it's very boring. It involves a lot of talking, and I don't think that I don't think that you guys are the audience that needs to that needs to hear this. But there is a very interesting relationship. It is a highly variable relationship between where the objective is, where we take the fight, when we take the fight, and where we want the objective to be in the outcome of a fight that resolves favorably for us. There is a relationship there. It's a very interesting relationship as well. It gets into a lot of nitty gritty, and there's like a lot of like really little teeny tiny details that that isn't really worth bogging you guys down with. But it is a very fascinating relationship. Hey, Nurglith, thanks for popping by and giving a little bit of watch. We're just ambiently watching VODs because we're in a VOD reviewing is fun era. It is fun. Oh my goodness, there's so much fascinating stuff to watch, and there's a lot of really fun stuff to watch too. And it also sometimes, you know, honestly, it beats playing. Holy smokes, it beats playing sometimes. Get on the high ground. I'm looking to get on the high ground. If I pull my arms out, I'm turning my back on the Roadhog and I'm running on that Junkrat because I know that I've got health enough to at least knock him out of there. If I'm going to die in the process, then like, oh my lord, that is actually worth it to me because Junkrat has a much longer walk back from spawn, a much larger mine back from spawn than necessarily you do as the ROM, especially since you have your arms to use for mobility. If you're anything like me, I only use my arms for mobility on Ramatra. And so yeah, I'm just full sending onto the junk, and if I die, whatever, and if I get him, which I will, if I've sent myself to do that, then like it's cool because I haven't died out here. Instead, I've died doing something instead of like ambiently existing proximate to the objective. By the way, not even on their side of the objective, where proximity to the objective normally kind of warrants you some kind of agency or authority down an angle for a cooldown against a position. No. Proximate to the objective on our side of the objective, which is normally the spot that in losing fights teams are cowed into, is their side of the objective. So interesting to examine the patterns. Oh. Embarrassing. I also make that same slow. I also hit the corner of that doorway. It's so bad. What are we watching? We're just watching some GM Tank gameplay. This is from a buddy of mine called Row Code, and he's a very talented, gifted, handsome, charismatic, and brave individual. Doesn't look so brave right now, but you should see him on his best days. Actually, kind of a beast on the tank, and he's going up against some Nightmares players. And so we're examining how holy smokes, you should just like be starting all of these fights from the high ground, so that you don't have to fight on your side of the objective. I love it. I love watching like the high level lobbies and seeing actually like how much more simple some of these scenarios actually are to solve than even sometimes the platinum lobbies are. Like just go on the high ground, take a fight not on the objective. Very easy. Fumbles. GM players fumble when fights don't take place in positions that they want them to. GM players get confused when cooldowns that they use down angles that they're able to use in Masters lobbies don't get the value that they expected them to. Now they don't have the cooldown. Now you forced a cooldown and you're in a spot that you forced the cooldown and you benefit from the cooldown being forced in. You know, you have an angle. Whatever. You have a time, now you have a map control. Yeah, absolutely, Nurglith. If you have any replay codes that you want to look over, have any questions you want answered, or just have some fun that you want to have, poke some fun at maybe a ranked buddy. Well, I mean, we keep things positive here generally, but if we want to look at anything fun, then you can feel free to drop a replay code in the channel, in the chat, and we will we'll take a look. We're getting to everything on some pretty good timing. Thank you, Rocode. Oh my God, thank you for that replay code. That was actually a really fun one to watch, and so I was pretty happy about that. Beep, boop, doop, boop. Let's see. All right. We never did finish this Oasis code where we were watching Zarya gameplay. But the problem, guys, is that it was Zarya gameplay. And that is, like, really profoundly boring. We are currently out of codes. So, anyone who wants to submit a code, now's your chance. You actually get first to the line. It can be critical, it can be fun, it can be comical, I guess is what I should have said, critical or comical, and it'll give us a chance to look at a little bit more. We definitely don't want a stream where I end up playing Overwatch, okay, guys? That pushes people away. That makes us sad in our hearts because we get to tune into the first half of the stream where Lord Ethan is, you know, kind of at times spitting, even if he sounds like a schizo rambler at times, this old mushroom. But then we would go to a part where, like, Ethan maybe sometimes spits, but then goes into, like, practice the stuff that he preaches and, like, doesn't practice any of it. Absolute fumbling. So we don't want a Lord Ethan gameplay stream. We need replay codes. We need replay stream. Zarya is permabanned in my games. I don't think Zarya's the character to permaban right now. I don't know how strong she is. I haven't played at all in this season yet. But that's interesting. Zarya really irks me. But I don't know if that's the character that I end up banning as far as tanks go. There's a couple of other characters that I want to ban. Ball. I hate Ball. I hate the Ball. You don't got anything, Nurglith? Nurglith, that is a-okay. You don't have to have anything for us. I'm so thankful that we got even a couple of people who are popping in. And oh, you want to talk about spitting? Ant is spitting. Yeah, Lord Thinking gameplay. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. So we'll pick up a replay code and then see about taking a look at some more gameplay. Tell you what, guys, while we collect those, we're going to send ourselves on a very brief break. It's going to be like a 2 to 3 minute break. Going to give my voice some time to warm down, and I've got like 6 water bottles to refill. So I'm going to be right back, and I'll see you guys very, very soon. All right, we're back in it. And then I pinned and unpinned the Lord Lethan gameplay message because I misclicked. But now I feel like I feel like that should be a pinned message. Thanks for sticking with us, guys. Sticking with me. I keep saying us and we because I like for things to be a really like collaborative thing. Groups of people all contributing to a shared goal, vision, ambition, dream. But this is very much this is just me behind this camera, behind this mic. Oh my lord, there's no camera here aside from the little doodle that I've got. Into a match on Junkertown where they banned Ashe. Yeah, that is kind of interesting. No, it's funny how Platinum Lobby's banned. You know, honestly, I think it's really funny how everyone is banning. And it's also funny how, you know, just like understanding what characters are being banned, or what characters are popular to ban, it also, how that also might affect, like who and what we're banning. I haven't gotten any replay codes, so I'm actually we're about to pull up scrim VODs. I mean, that's just what we're gonna do if my sources are gonna dry up. I want to take a look at this Oasis game. I want to finish this one out, and if we don't get any codes that I can peep at, then we will consider playing Stadium for the first time. But more than likely, we will end up looking at some more VODs. VOD reviewing is so fun. Holy smokes, I love VOD reviewing. All right, so I got to see most of the Zarya on this round. We hated the right clickies. That was our conclusion. Holy, we hated the right clickies. I mean, they were just they feel so awkward. They feel forced. It feels like we're right-clicking things because they give us a damage tick, and not necessarily because there's been a couple of right-clickies that we commented on earlier where we were like, yeah, this is a good right-clicky because it forces cast. You know, it's an instant burst of like effectively half the health pool of this player. But man, most of the right-clickies have been like really mid. Like that one. Like, what is that right-clicky for? You have to spend so much time reloading as they walk in. All right, but right-click is aside. Ah, great bubble on the cast. Repositioning on our side of the objective. Not in the interest of forfeiting any space that we could actually meaningfully operate, but it does put us behind the ROM. So very, very interesting how pathing affects this. Look at our formation as we move. Very, very cool stuff, right? Managed to get a bubble on the cast. People in the right places at the right times. Cast, Zar, tap out, cast, main, shooting targets, clearing angles. Looking to force up. Ramatra is going to arms up because he sees the cast in front of him. He sees the cast in front of him, not the Zarya behind him. Ram dies. So very, very interesting stuff there. As far as, again, like things coming up, right places, right times, right cooldowns, right targets. Emmy Fish Overwatch, hey, thanks for popping by. And thanks for the engagement as well. Thanks for the messaging. And I'm very excited to get to look over some more gameplay. We're just taking a look at some high GM gameplay right now. High GM tank player, actually my tank player for our team. We're lambasting the right clickies. Not a fan. Useless right clicky. Hit a Ramatra shield. Useless right clicky. Gotta bounce. Get a grip, James. I doxed him. Might be stealth. Yeah, I talked about limit testing the distance as well earlier. That's the second time we've seen you jump up onto that little divot there. Very, very cunning and clever. Oh, and you don't bubble your cast. You suck. I say you suck, and we're lambasting stealth, but be nice. We're keeping things positive. We keep things positive in line here. Ooh, scary pulse. Okay. Wow. It's amazing to me that that whole fight happens and like your team around you dies and just no one is interested in messing with our Zarya there. They just move on the rest of your team. I don't hate that bubble, but I didn't really like it either. It's just better bubbles to cross better distances, to cross more valuable distances, to move on more valuable targets, to generate more energy, to do more damage. So, like, a little accumulation. Would have loved to have a bubble that wasn't right there, and then that, you know, maybe generates something beyond just, like, the, The J-Jax or the Junax. J-Jax? Juna? I don't know what the Overwatch community is saying. Yo, you didn't deserve to win that round. I'll say it. Slow is actually coming through so prominently for you. Like actually, I think we gotta watch this Tracer. I would watch the Tracer if I didn't have a tank player, like an actual like known tank player in the chat. So we'll stick to the tank gameplay. We are on the high ground, setting up, clearing space for our team to end up in here. It's not a bad place to. I mean, it's like the place to be TM, right? But like, just like thinking holistically, right? Are we clearing spaces for our Juno cast to play in? Do our Juno cast want to be on this high ground because our monkey is up here? Do our Juno cast want to be up here because the fight is up here? Do they want to be up here because our brig is up here? And if they aren't going to be up here, do we really want our brig to be up here? All good questions, coach. Well, thank you. Brig ends up down. We all end up on low ground, force off the high ground. It makes sense. Honestly, I think that it makes sense that, you know, a dive comp sets up here, a brawl comp walks up here, a brawl comp is going to be able to last a little bit longer up here. So really what's important isn't that, like, we overvalue this space here. It makes sense that stealth jumps up in the space. That's where you start in the dive comp. That's where you meet the brawl comp, and that's where you get out of, right? That's where you're not committing as the dive comp, because guess what you've got? Mobility to jump right back up there. So good decisions right now. Ooh, that, oh my goodness. Okay, all right, yeah. So this is the stuff that I really appreciate from watching Stealth's gameplay. Hopefully we get to, hopefully we get lots of VODs where we get to watch Stealth's gameplay and watch like some of these little teeny, tiny, holy smokes, like the smallest little things. But look at this jump. Like, it's so precise. And get a little bit of the poke. We're doing our scouting. I mean, look at this, like, out as in the open as you need to be, as high up as you need to be. It's not about the fact that anyone can see you here. It's just the measuredness that's impressive to me. That's an impressive jump. I just jump up there, you know. I just jump. But that's a Winston leap, right? It's a very cool one. It's very precise. And so understanding that kind of precision looks really, really, really cool when you're talking about mechanics and how that relates to high level gameplay. But also respectfully, that's not the difference, right? That jump right there, I think it's really mechanically impressive, but it's also not what wins this map, right? It's also not what wins this fight or what defines this stage. So clean jump, but you know, just generally it was cool, and generally the right things are being done here. Staying on the Ramatra, he's critical. Might as well. Yeah, that makes sense. Jumping up, doing your poke, end up where the Tracer is, tether onto her. Don't like the right clickies, don't like the leap out. You could just do, I think, anything else. It's a weak bubble. Place it down to Ermely. And now we're forward, which is not bad. Get a little poke to take a little damage. I don't hate that jump. It's like a panic, like, oh, I gotta jump and bubble this, and that's a little tough. I am now going to start paying attention to your like out timings and your armor health. What are you doing? What do you leap out? You actually have like such a good disengage. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my god. Get a grip. You have like a really good disengage, and now you've got like infinite options. You know what you have as Winston in this position? It starts with an O and ends with shuns, and it's options. You can go up to high ground. You can help your brig. You can body damage for your cast, which is what you end up doing. Like, you're brawling out a Ramatra in a brawl comp in formation. You're brawling Ramatra in the context of a brawl comp as they mount a brawl formation through a brawl space, right? So some pretty clear oversight happening here. Maybe it's an oversight, maybe it's an underestimation. In any case, not quite the measuredness that we expect to see from a particularly goated tank player. You suck, James. What the heck? I like that engage. The cleave is nice. I'm one to talk about JCV Stealth's Winston gameplay. Actually, it's so lame. Anytime I'm playing tank and I pick up Winston, it makes me so mad. It's not me playing. It's just my gross diamond interpretation of the way that JCV Stealth plays Winston. And it's horrible. And it makes me die exactly like this. Ah, you freak. But no, it's interesting for me, I think, to realize as I make comments on his Winston. It's funny to understand that, like, I'm making comments on his Winston, but holy smokes, guys, if there's anyone to learn how to play Winston from, it's Stealth. Oh my lord. Just don't do what Stealth did there. That was pretty weak. Options. We just weren't making options, and it's really interesting because, like, we're in a dive comp, right, on a dive map, and so you're thinking that, like, you have to pursue, like, the dive routes, right, go after the dive targets, conform to the conventions of the dive comp, but, like, really, especially on the dive comp, it's mostly important that you are just constantly you're making options, to evaluate options, to make a decision, to take an action, because that action will, in turn, help to create more options in the future. Overwatch is a cumulative game. Okay. And that's why we're dying, too, by the way. That's why we're dying. I'm not talking about it much. I'm not talking about, like, the really... I guess the things that you would expect to see, Stylosa talk about in a Winston Overwatch VOD review. Well, mate, you're hopping in there all by yourself against the Juno. No. But like, the pattern is there. We're just doing our own thing, conforming to the conventions of a dive comp, right? And so, so I don't need to talk about the death there, right? I don't need to talk about how you're jumping on a Juno, mate, right? No, it's just like you make options for yourself. Yes, please, Emmy. We are actually in a spot right now on the stream where I want to keep it going for a little bit longer at least. But all of my birdies that I sent west and even further east to collect replay codes, they've dried up. The well of codes is running quite low. So I would not mind that reservoir being padded a little bit by your benevolent contributions, Emmy. By the way, thank you so much, Emmy Fish Overwatch, for the follow, and KT Burra as well. Squid, I see you. I see you with a follow. More than that, I acknowledge you. Thank you so much, Squid. I appreciate it. And KT, I should do a little more to acknowledge you, considering how profoundly unacknowledged you tend to go. But I'll just keep it very brief. KT, thank you so much for the follow. And yes, Cat Yada. Okay, perfect. That way I'll know exactly who you are. You can send that replay code at any time. We are effectively, pardon mon français, but we're effectively dicking around with replay codes of my tank player, who I'm so very comfortable being critical and comical with. And Dork Thief, that's a ban, KT. That's a ban. You can't just jump in my channel chat and call me a dork. I think you can. I think that's probably you guys' license. So yeah, no, we're effectively, just glorified joking around with James. I like that primal, but, like, I hate that you got stuck there. So get a grip. Holy smokes. Oh, I hate it. You're benched. You're benched for summer ops, by the way. Have fun coaching Cardi, because that's all you're doing this summer, bro. Oh my lord. No! Not the ball! Oh. Yeah, we need the replay codes. Whatever you got. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the code. Get us off the ball. Get us out of the ball. Oh, it's slow motion. I was like, I'm at 1x speed. Why is everyone moving in slow motion? I'm like, is James just, like, console rolling around right now? No, the objective got secured. Yo, James, I'm tired of it. Oh my lord, I'm tired of the ball. Okay. Alrighty, guys. For those who are going to end up popping in, for those who end up watching the VOD afterwards, or whatever, and as well, Emmy Fish, Cat Yada, for you, for the nature of the VOD. This is a you said a GM console scrim. Okay. Very, very cool. Is it okay for me to ask specifically what the scrim rating is? Is it GM 2-3? Do you guys still use the 1,000 mark ratings, the K ratings for your scrims? Is it 4.2, 4.3, which is generally where me and my team scrims at? Is the 4.3 range. I it seems like I'm being a stickler for details. That's me, by the way. Stickler for details. Lord Lethan, nice to meet you. Nerglith, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. I hope you won your Junkertown game. Adhesive, what are you doing, man? You can't you can't do that. No, that gets you timed out. No, Adhesive. So if it's all right for me to ask what rating the scrim is, the reason for that is just the patterns, mindsets, practices of these banish the tumbleweeds. I know that's actually so funny. You should find that funny, Potato. Considering that I am from the Lone Star State, the great state of Texas. I actually need to ask you about some of the moves that Texas is making with public education. I guess it's a hot topic right now. We're not here to launch into that. But everything is so interesting in the world. Don't know, just know that it's more than 4K. Okay, perfect. No, that's A-okay. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be anything in particular. Every rating is so different. Sometimes you'll have scrim ratings or scrim lobbies where it's like a 4.3, 4.4K lobby, right? But they're, it's two 4.2K teams. It's two GM4 teams playing, right? So, so that helps me understand, a little bit more about like how some of the players in this lobby are making their decisions. But it's not essential to understand. We are also playing tank, Kayana. Perfect. All right, let's see. Oh, the Junkertown game got canceled. That's so sad. That's so sad. Ash got banned, actually. Maybe it's not a bad thing that it got canceled, because I actually really love playing Ash. Bash here. All right, let's see it. And yeah, once you get that scrim rating, feel free to share if you would like. You could do that here on Twitch, or over on Discord. Doesn't really matter to me. We'll go ahead and get into it anyways. Okay, all right, sorry. So Ramatra, we're playing a GM scrim. Looking at the formation. Okay, all right. Already off the bat, I'm stepping into like my coaching, my like scrim coach shoes. So we're going to be looking at some team dynamic stuff here as well. And just as a forewarning, these are my principles, my game view, as I call it. It's like my worldview, but in the context of the game of Overwatch, right? What I don't want to do is impose onto you and your team how to play the game, because you guys have your own style with which you engage, right? What I would impart onto you guys are what I would impart onto you is a couple of my viewpoints when it comes to Overwatch. And for King's Row in particular, one of my beliefs is that this position right here, I call it the categorical I lose position. This is the spot that teams usually get cowed into in fights that are not going favorably for them. So to see us all set up on this spot is a little bit unnerving for me. Understand that my team plays with a totally different style, right? My team wants to be on this high ground. We want to have presence here. My tank player, JCV Stealth, likes to play around the statue. So we have a lot of the differences between, say, the way your team plays and the way that mine plays is going to be the differences in our players. So I understand why you guys are over there. Is a Lucio OTP been practicing Brig? Oh, that's awesome. Okay, excellent. Oh my goodness, there are so many excellent skills that you would want to take from a Lucio to a Brig style. So I hope you won't mind if at times I detract from your tank gameplay to take a look at some of the relationships that exist between those play styles and on that hero. I like that shield, and I like the slow. I also don't mind the arms just a second earlier, because they want to engage, right? If we're thinking about two principles that Overwatch revolves around, timing and map control, then our Tracer is actually already taking some poke, which is a little bit dangerous, right? So our Tracer is already, even if not willfully so, engaged. And so this is your opportunity to engage. This is also a position on the map that you're ready to engage from, right? Evidenced by the fact that you're throwing up shields and throwing cooldowns, right? So you can probably, if you're committing all of this, you may be able to commit your arms as well. That is to say, if you don't have anything that you know you need your arms for, right, to mitigate the damage or whatever, then you can save that. But the arms are interesting. The arms make you competitive against the ROM, and it gives you the damage mitigation that you need against some of this other damage that you would be sustaining. So so pulling out the arms, right? Part of what it helps you do is it also helps you be able to play a little more aggressively. If you're able to play a little more aggressively, you're yielding less space to them, making it harder for the Mei to play as forward as she is, although you want her moving through disruption. You want her moving into your Sojourn line of sight. You'll be able to cow the ROM back. You'll be able to make a little bit of space. I actually spoke too soon on the Tracer, but you're able to take a little bit more map control. You don't want to move too far forward. You don't want to move too far away from the statue. But the reason I raised that is to kind of help reinforce that you actually could bring up your arms even a little bit sooner. This is agreed, for sure. 100% agreed. I like it. I really like the style, but now you don't have your arms. You only have your shield and a slow. So you just want to yeet that out, and then, or you just want to yeet those up, or honestly, maybe not even walk past that choke in the first place. I would be very wary of that. Your hardest scrim opponents that you're going to be up against as they're respawning, they're going to be looking to throw utilities at you to weaken you here, because it's not so much that we would be worried about you dying here, right? Based on all of the VODs that we've watched so far and all of the things that I've said so far today, among those being that Overwatch is a cumulative game, we want to understand that I'm not worried about you dying here. I'm worried about you becoming vulnerable here. I'm worried about you existing here long enough for them to make you vulnerable so that when you end up back here, when you have to make compromises, because we do have to make compromises when playing Overwatch. We can't all play principled like Lord Thethan would like. And honestly, the most principled players force compromises from their principled contemporaries. So when you eventually compromise, when you have to forfeit map control, because you do, you will be weaker, right? Because you took damage here, because you took a cooldown here, because you got slowed down here, or your health or your supports got shielded off, right? Their healing got shielded off, right? So that's why I call that agreed. You don't get punished for it, no big deal. And honestly, in this same environment, if I'm your coach, I'm still saying, yeah, 100%. Push that choke, push the aggression. What did I say? I said simulate confidence earlier to someone that, so yeah, you're not doing anything wrong. But there are things to be considerate of, right? I like that shield. Oh yeah. Hey guys, just as a heads up, we've hit like actual VOD review hours, right? We've been having fun. We've been taking it serious, but like now we're gonna start getting into the nitty gritty. So the things that I was saying earlier, I was gonna avoid because we get really into, and it kind of bogs things down, makes things boring. We're gonna start getting into that. So now's your chance. Now's a good a good time to mute me. Go step away, grab a snack, get some water. Round up some friends in Discord, get an Uno game going. Because holy. Cat. Oh, we've got some good stuff to talk about. I'm so excited. Oh, holy mokes. I love VOD reviewing. All right. I just don't like how little you're able to do from here, right? And really conversely, like how much they're able to do from this position, right? I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to look at our formation. We are in the I lose position for me and my particular style, right? And so our Brig being here, our Brig doesn't have options, right? Not to move forward because this is the middle of the open, right? You can proc Inspire with Whip Shot, but they're out of range, right? So the Brig isn't very easily able to support you here, right? If the Brig can't support you where she is, then are you really supposed to be where you are, right? If the Brig can't support you from this position but has to play in this spot, then there's something that you would have to do differently, right? There's a different place that you would have to play, because you existing in the same spot that your Brig is existing, but in the spot that it is more difficult for her to exist, you existing in that spot with her doesn't make that spot easier for her to play in. Does that make sense? Instead, it makes it easier if I'm playing Brig, if my Ramatra is giving me a reason to pack them. Although I don't like packing my tanks. It's easier if my Ramatra is moving forward so that I myself as Brig feel more comfortable moving forward. I also wouldn't really be taking this fight at this angle. I wouldn't advise it. I think that this is a fight that we eventually lose. I hope that you guys eventually lose it, not because I'm mean and toxic, although I kind of am, but rather it'll prove me right, that this is a fight that's really challenging for you guys to eventually win. And this is a really tough spot. if my Sojourn is on the high ground, she has an angle to pressure their backline back so that I can be more confident about moving forward. If I'm more confident about moving forward, then my Brig can also possibly move forward, get a little bit more healing on me. If I'm more healed, then I can be more forward. And if I'm forward, then I have reasons to use my abilities. If I use my abilities, then I have reasons to push them back or ways to push them back. You see how Overwatch is a game that is cumulative. So I don't really care too much for how limited you are here. Similar to as we were looking at JCV Stealth on the Winston earlier, I would see you making options here. Is that saying, all right, I'm on a brawl comp, I'm going to go brawl their backline because I can, right? Because I know that they only have one poke character and I'm not playing in her line of sight. Or I'm going to, pop out here and go rush at the ROM here because, the Widow can't headshot me as easily from my back. Now, she's a Freya now. Awesome, by the way, that you guys are running Freya in your scrims. I wish that we could actually watch the Freya gameplay because I haven't gotten to see like any professional, semi-professional standards for her gameplay yet. So partially because I haven't looked. I played her during her weekend. Anyways, is it walking out and brawling from an angle? Is it honestly, is it playing differently from the start? Maybe a little bit. But I don't think that you have many options here. And so I would see you look to make them, right? Because right now, the time that we take to engage is giving them the time that it takes to make their already decent plan a little bit better. I like the arms. You do have to run out here. Oh, nice slow. Oh, I love that. JCV Stealth yells at me all the time about not throwing my slow when my arms are up. And so I really love that you throw the slow there. Body the damage on the Freya explosion. I like that. A little too much punch blocking here probably when you want to be chipping down his armor HP. You want to be making that Ramatra uncomfortable so that you can contribute or contest point presence and point progress. I want to look at you in the context of our formation over the course of this particular phase of the fight. And I'm so sorry, Kat. We're digging into details and it's really going to slow us down, but this is some really important stuff. Your BAP is going to have to reposition, but your Brig, what is she going to have to do? Back up, right? She's going to have to back up and or play Hotel. Our Brig isn't playing Hotel. I would put our Brig in Hotel because Brig isn't bad in Hotel. I understand that this is a Lucio player disguised as a Brig player, and so I understand why they're backing up. And so I can't blame them for it. So all that I'm left, I'm so sorry, Kat. All that I'm left is to blame you. And so your Baptiste is going to have to jump up to high ground. He's in the right spot. Both of your DPS are taking the same angle, which is a little bit scary to me. I would prefer that they take separate angles. Maybe set up a crossfire onto the Mei. I like the Tracer cutting off the Freya here, but I think that Tracer against Freya is a tough matchup, even without digging too much into that myself yet. I think that's a tough matchup, and that's something that Sojourn might help to alleviate, right? And so I'm putting my chess pieces in slightly different positions, but you see how you're cowed. You're cornered. You're boxed into this spot, right? And it's not the spot that you win fights from. If you have even a fraction of the experience, and guys, oh my god, you only need a fraction of the experience to be so much better than I am, okay? We've already got Kat out here who is playing in GM scrims. That's awesome, by the way. And on console, too. Oh my god. Console players don't get enough credit for actually how difficult the game can be, how many crutches PC players have to stand on, so... if you have any fraction of the experience that I have in Overwatch, you just know that you don't generally win fights by starting here. You have to win fights by doing something else. You can win long fights of attrition, sure, that's an option for you, but it's not going... That's not a... Lord the Cam. Oh, that was a missed opportunity. You're so right, KT. What was I saying? That's not a plan, right? That's not a win condition, right? Existing and winning the war of attrition. Hey guys, let's brawl here at this corner and we will win eventually, right? If we press our mouse buttons and our keyboard keys, then and don't die, we'll eventually win. I want to actually state for the record, that is a win condition. That is a let's win, on old Gen 2, it is hard. I actually so believe that. Shower in the chat our console players with love and adoration, because no, their jobs are actually so incredibly difficult. Living long enough to do something is a plan, but it's not enough. Not in a scrim. Oh God, not in a scrim, and especially not in a GM scrim. You want to get the ring out. You want to get the ring, you want to get the wall, you want to get Brig Bash out. You want to make sure that you can walk on Brig without taking too much damage, okay? And that might involve shielding the distance, slowing her escape, or beating the ROM until he is no longer in front of you. I'm not one for violence against Omnics. but sometimes our hands get forced, right? Specifically, our fists, right? Our pummels. Pummel him, right? Force him back. Shoot the tank. Shush, shush, shush. Shoot the tank. As my manager sings, because that will create pressure, and they have to respond to that. They have to wall. They have to ring. We have to lamp, right? All of these teams right now are responding to these different sources of pressure, and what you want to do is keep that up in the places that you got to keep it up in. I'm so thrilled to not be proven right and to see that you guys are stabilizing in this fight. And so that's really, really awesome. I just got sent a replay code of I think this is a bronze Lifeweaver. So holy smokes, if we have time here in a little bit, we're going to have some really good stuff to get to. Oh my god, I love Lifeweaver gameplay. I love bronze gameplay too. Love it. Moving on to the break. Our win condition fulfilled. Okay. Oh, I love it. Okay, you already knew. I didn't need to say any of the long, overexposed things that I was saying, but I'm glad that we shed the light onto them that we did. I won't need to repeat them later. You did everything that you needed to do, and you did it according to the unnerving variables that I noticed. So really, really excellent. Oh my god. So we know that you deserve to be competing in these lobbies. Oh my god, above perhaps. It's just funny to see how your team kind of collapses around you, but you guys bring it back. And part of it is because we don't have ourselves and the entire understanding of how we want to take some of these engagements. So because of that, we end up a little bit disconnected. Our tracer's in, the rest of us are reconvening, and you're not forward. You don't have to be forward, but, our tracer doesn't necessarily have to be in while you're not in, right? So if Overwatch 2 boils down to two principles, timing and map control, tracer doesn't have the map control. You aren't controlling the section of the map that she wants to end up in, and by the time she ends up in the section of the map that she wanted to be in, that you weren't controlling, she does. So, whatever, right? That happens all the time. Sometimes things in Overwatch happen, and you just have to be like, well, that happened, and then you move on. You guys get forced out of this position, yeah. So this is an ult exchange. Actually, it's not even an ult exchange. It's just like an ult phase. But like the principles that I was saying, or the factors, the variables that that I was saying, kind of contribute to a fight loss, to a point loss here. They end up rearing themselves here, right? We're playing in the I lose position, or at least in a position that it's not very easy to heal Tracer. Tracer's trying to engage in a position that we aren't currently controlling, right? So it's funny. I think we end up losing the fight for the same reasons that we should have lost the first fight, but didn't. Should we have ulted? I don't think so. No, we didn't need to. It wouldn't have been terrible to sacrifice Annihilate if we could guarantee that it would force their Juno Ray. If their Juno Ray gets forced out, that's a very nice exchange, because that is their effectively what is a win condition for them against what is a sustain for us, right? The Annihilate. I mean, how often are you actually winning fights with Annihilate, right? Be real. We're ROM players. We've played them, or at least you're a ROM player and I've played them. So I wouldn't mind that trade, but that's like absolutely dreamy scenarios. That are based in realities where our team is playing a little bit differently. Okay. I really... Oh, no! All right, guys. I have bad news. The replay viewer is still bugged. I am devastated. I am so mad. Blizzard... Alec, please. Aaron, somebody do something. This is unacceptable. This is insane. This is like we're coming up on 2 months now that the replay viewer client requests disconnect for using the scrub meter. I don't even understand how that's a bug, okay? This is crazy. I know, Kitty Toe. It's insane. Oh man, I'm gonna lose my cool. And we were having so much fun looking at some Ramattra gameplay, and now armed with the knowledge that I can't actually go back in time to examine other scenarios. I'm gonna lose my mind. Alec Dawson, fix your game. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. We'll stabilize. This is the point in the show where I go, Cat Yada, I sincerely apologize for the delay, for the restart and such. And I really want to be able to apologize for it. Oh man, oh my lord, it would be it would be so luxurious to be the one who gets to say, I'm so sorry for this. But it's not my fault. It's Blizzard. Fix your shit. This is insane. I need this tool. Okay. Ugh. And the bug persists. I know. I shouted them out, dude. I shouted like 2 hours ago. I was like, shout out to Alec Dawson and Aaron Keller and the rest of the dev team, the Team 4 over at Activision Blizzard. As it turns out, they lied to us. They didn't fix their tool. It's broken, perhaps arguably irreparably. I'll wait for season 22 for this to get fixed. Oh, I'm sweating. Holy smokes. I'm so mad that I'm sweating profusely behind my monitor. Perspiration is dripping onto my keyboard. I don't know if the mic will pick it up like it's an ASMR faucet stream. But I'm mad. I'm roiling as if I was Ramatra. I was going to say that, I just didn't really care too much for, and we'll see this because I'm going to start watching at reduced speeds. I think, so actually, I think that the replay thing is, it's been since perks. Oh my God, actually, wait, yeah, that's an interesting, I hadn't even considered that. Yeah, because it has been since perks. In Overwatch 3, I hope so. I was just going to say that I don't really like how much damage we all take here. Look at how we have 3 of us in the same spot. And it's not just like 3 of us, right? It's like 3 of our most valuable targets, respectfully to poker. I think what we've seen from poker already has been like absolutely fantastic stuff. I've actually really liked like where they're looking to start fights and when they're looking to start fights. There's like a little bit to clean up there, but generally I think like poker actually has a really good idea. Don't need them. You don't need poker. You don't need poker to win fights, right? Having a Tracer around, having the pulse bomb, Tracer is so incredibly powerful. She's very, very good. But like she's not your win con, right? She's not your most valuable target on your team, and the value of the targets on your team is going to change, on the basis of, which fight phase you're in, what ults we have, whatever variables you want to list. But at the end of the day, we have 3 of our unarguably most valuable targets all taking. It's not even, oh man, it's not even about taking damage, right? And it's not even about, I talk about being deliberate with what kind of damage you take. I talk about not playing in ways that makes you have to justify taking damage you can't justify, right? The idea is that when you play Overwatch, and if you go back and look over a replay view that you a game that you played in, you should be able to see every instance of damage you take, and say, yeah, I took this because this is the good reason that I took this damage, right? This is the whatever. This was the mindset. This is why. This is the sacrifice or the risk, right? This is why I needed to take that damage. This is why we don't win unless I take that damage, right? Because you certainly don't win games by taking damage. Taking damage is part of winning games. There's correlation, not causation. I want us to be, I generally advocate for players to be really deliberate about what damage they take and why. Because damage ramps up, this is another very important principle, damage ramps up very quickly from, there are 3 types of damage instances. There are insignificant instances of damage, think tracer rounds, or May primary fire, or Baptiste body spam. They ramp up from insignificant instances to significant instances of damage. Baptiste with a recoil, next thing you know, those bullets that are pelting into your chest, they are going to your head, right? May is comboing her slow and her right clickies and giving you something terrible of a brain freeze. And Ramatra has closed the distance with his staff and has now brought out his arms, and he is swinging at your face, okay? After damage becomes significant, it becomes lethal. You have died by being pummeled into oblivion. You have been shot in the noggin by an actual medic. You have been bashed into a corner and made to submit to a shield maiden whose existence has been problematic for almost a decade, right? So If damage ramps up very quickly from insignificant to significant to lethal instances of damage, then the three of us all taking the same instance of significant damage. It's not just this one thing, but like you understand, I'm sure now why this is what I look at, right? Because this is oh my god, I'm so sorry, I don't mean this. If this were my team, the word I would use is egregious, right? And that's not actually the case. Your guys are grouped up the way that they need to be. You guys are looking to set up for this fight the way that you are, right? And I'm not here to mess around with that. But them all taking the same instance of significant damage, look at how hard that makes your job here. You get a really nice slow onto the Juno, you force out the wall, the window comes up, but your Soja's gone. The pressure behind you isn't there. You get the block, slows you down so you can't move on a target, your Tracer doesn't quite have the timing. And sometimes it's because if we take damage, then we have to get healed. And if our supports are healing us, then they aren't doing damage, right? They aren't laying their ultimates. They aren't using their utilities. They're healing us, right? And so sometimes the reason that you shouldn't be taking damage is because you can't justify. You might be able to justify taking that damage yourself, right? Taking that risk. What you can't justify is your supports looking away from their tank who is in to help their Sojourn who has taken damage by standing in the same position that Baptiste is standing in, who, by the way, is a highly valuable target that you absolutely want out of the fight as early as possible by landing significant instances of AoE damage on him. I wouldn't be near my bat if I'm Zimimf, right? Oh my goodness, water break, hold on. So, understand that this isn't their VOD review. This isn't you guys' VOD review. But this one is just for you, Cap. But I also don't want it to be lost on us how Overwatch is a very multi-dimensional, cumulative, big picture kind of game, right? And how even the littlest things end up working out towards a specific outcome, and how understanding how those little things work towards that specific outcome, how those can be averted or stayed. Man, I die so much from being greedy. Oh, same. I mean, Nurglith, unironically, I could be playing in low GM, where I say the rest of the shitters are. But I'm so greedy. Holy smokes. I can't stop myself from wanting to take an angle, a more aggressive angle for just a second longer. It's so brutal to have to balance the way that we know we have to play the game and the compromises that we're made to make by players who are, at least for me, guys, a lot more talented, right? So I get it. What I can't justify is why Will is so boring. Whoa. No Will slander. We are Will fans here, and we're not going to take that. We appreciate Gale slights though. We're not a big fan of Gale. Oh, I'm a wizard of Waterdeep. My library was quite extensive back in Waterdeep, where I was a wizard, by the way. Shut up! Oh my god. Where were we? Looking at Overwatch. Walking up, we're looking at a fight plan. We're thinking about how we want to engage. We're thinking about our ults as well, because we want this to be an ult exchange. If there's a relationship between where the objective is when the fight starts and where it will end up when the fight resolves favorably for us, and when the fight takes place, then... Shoot. That is so tough. That is so hard. Wow. Oh, no! Okay, that's really, really frustrating. I just wanted to go back and see where the rest of your team was, because I think that, I don't want to say that you were engaged a little too early, but I think that, for the sake of not saying anything that's particularly wrong, oh my god, I'm gonna have to clip out that part of the stream where you guys just get my email address, LMAO. Well, if you guys have replay codes that you want to email me, now you guys can. What was I saying? Oh, for the sake of, not saying anything that's so egregiously wrong, it's possible that you were a little bit too early and that your team was, a little bit too late. We just have to let the rest of this play out, and I'm letting my voice have a brief break. We've been yamping straight for a couple hours now. I've really liked what I've seen, by the way. Was thinking about baiting Orbital. Okay, is that what you actually ended up doing? Okay. Yeah, let me go back and watch, actually, with a closer eye on the bigger picture, because I think that you're right. Or I don't think that you're right. You're saying that you baited out Orbital. Leaked Pog sending email now. Oh my god, yeah. If you send me an email, I know your name. I'll release it to the world, to my 18 people watching. Oh, hey, by the way, if you guys are watching, I won't actually dox you, and thanks for swinging by. Thanks for stopping in and giving a watch. If there's a replay code that if you guys are Overwatch players and you want to submit a replay code to take a look at, then please feel free to do so. Understand that we'll be spending a little while on some of these replay codes. We're taking a look at a GM console scrim right now. Big shout out to my GM console players, and we're getting some really fascinating takeaways about some pretty intricate relationships. So it's kind of a snooze stream right now, guys. Make sure you have a snack, some water, and you have me on low volume in the background while we talk about this stuff. Okay, so you went in with a plan. Use the Annihilate to bait out the Orbital Rush, the Orbital Ray. Slow them down as they try to move with it, make the Juno's life hard. I love it. Okay, earlier we were talking about, we were looking at ball gameplay and talking about not playing in the way that they want us to, right? And absolutely that kind of team, they want you to annihilate and run into them. So I really like the intentionality, I really like the deliberateness, and so this is really, really, really excellent stuff. Yeah, Joe, you can send your bronze gameplay. I'm actually so excited. I hope that we have time to look at some bronze Lifeweaver gameplay here in a little bit. Yeah. So I actually really liked that. I really liked that, Katyana. That was, GM on console is basically gold on PC. No. Get out of here with that potato head. GM on console is basically GM on PC, especially when you're looking at scrims. Like, those teams, they just don't care about, like, where people think they're rated. And so I know that you were just making a joke, and I turned it into a big thing. But actually, no, it's actually just GM. It's actually just a GM console scrum. I like that. I like the punches. I like the commitment onto the Mei. JCV Stealth yells at me all the time. He's like, yo, pick a target and walk on them, right? So actually, you getting distracted here with the Brig, I don't know if I have you. I think that I probably snap and yap at you, and I'm like, yo, just go to the Mei. Just fight the Mei here, right? But no harm, no foul, and you guys managed to slow them down. I think that not having their Ray for that fight is really... is a really huge boon. I kid. Oh yeah, no. I actually thought about that. I was like, oh my god, I made Potato Head look like an absolute asshole just now. And well, deserved. The way we'd roll you, yeah, yeah. But no, actually, it was just a joke. Oh my god, I actually realized, oh my god, I love the power that I would have as the streamer TM to turn you guys into the villains. That's awesome. Whenever someone has to use me for like Twitter clout or something, I'm turning it on my viewers, and Potato Head, you're the first one who's going under the guillotine. Alright, where were we? Don't go back in the replay viewer, guys. Do not scrub that meter. Jesus. Ramacho's moving up. You're probably just a little bit slow on the draw, a little bit too defensive. They're taking risks, and so I probably would see you taking those same risks. I don't want to bog us down by looking at relationships or being detail-oriented. I really like that push that you make onto the Brig. It seems like your team has... Fuck, I pressed the forward button instead of the go faster button. This is going to kill the VOD review. Oh my lord, this is actually making me so mad. I've got to be Hero X to watch later. Holy smokes. I didn't even get to watch... I didn't even watch the trailer that they... or the clip that they released. Gulp. Yeah, actually. I think I can go a little bit further this time. Please don't disconnect me. I didn't even get to watch the clip that they released earlier because I hadn't finished my streaming assets, as you can tell, and so I was in a rush to get some stuff done, but holy smokes, I cannot wait to watch that new episode tonight. That show is so peak. I think that subtext is a lost art in humanity right now, or at least it's a hidden art. It's very difficult to well, people don't have it. People don't got it. I don't got it, to be fair. But holy smokes, that show has got subtext nailed down. Okay, so we get the Annihilate to bait out the Orbital. I like that. Yep. That's so funny. You're already on the same page. I love it when people take my advice mid-VOD review. I'm like, oh, you should Orbital. You should Annihilate for the Orbital there. And then you do it. Excellent. Okay, we'll speed it up. Avoid those scrub keys. I'm going to have to rebind my numpad here. Because of... I wanted to flame Aaron Keller, but like the fact is that Overwatch just never gets to be what it does. Unironically, I don't think that there's anyone who loves Overwatch more than Aaron Keller. Oh my God, I find myself so regularly thankful of him and his leadership. I saw Miko and Flame going for my backline, so we just decided to trade backlines. Yes, yep, I love it. I love that thinking. That's very deliberate, right? So there's an instance, right? There's a scenario where that's absolutely the definitively wrong call, right? But that's not this one. And ultimately, what's important is just that you guys are making decisions and calls based on these intentions, based on these deliberate decisions, deliberate actions. Okay, yeah, that's right. So this is where you trade backlines. You see him going for their backline. I'm gonna be a stickler. And say, I almost wonder, or I would really love to see the scenario where you are able to confront them. But I really like that call to trade the backlines. I think that the reason I would see you confront them is being able to confront them while they're moving up here puts you in a position where you are puts you in a position of proactivity where you were able to be proactive enough to confront them early enough. Not to say that you were wasting your time earlier. You just weren't really doing anything with it. And so that's why I'm thinking like you probably could have definitely wrong call, like an original sin of yo Zam. that you're gonna get banned. You're gonna get banned. Speaking about that game here, you're gonna launch me off on a tangent about how that game is so difficult, and it makes me sad. You're getting timed out, Sam. I hope these are your last words. Let them out now. Okay, so we push. Push them all the way back. I like this. When we got VOD reviewed, my team got VOD reviewed by Hadi one time. He is so infinitely wise, and he referred to a position like this as a hard choke, referring to the commitment that gets made. It's a hard commitment when you pass on to the other side of a hard choke, right? So you're thinking the arch here on King's Row, you're thinking of this position, right? Because once you're on this side of the choke, you're not going back, right? So I understand, I absolutely understand why you're not moving forward there and holding your space here. I also don't mind holding the arches, but there's a relationship between where the objective starts in fights, when the fights start, and where we want it to end up. So because there's a relationship there, I am actually saying, I kind of want to hold up so that they don't have the chance to get onto the objective and keep it where it's at. I want it to continue rolling back so that my forward position here becomes more and more justified over time, right? Because that's the relationship that exists. I like the slow here, but the slow is, well, you're not actually ever set up to slow them down there, right? If you are around a corner, right? So if you're holding the choke like I wanted, right? Then or like I so tyrannically demanded, then I think that, yeah, I know, sad faces all around. I'm gonna have to. I was so excited to VOD review today because, like I said, I've actually not played Overwatch. I've not been doing anything in the game for a little while, and so or for like a week and a half or two, and so I've been so excited to like get back into VOD reviewing, and I knew, I was like, yeah, season 6 is going to bring improvements to the replay viewer, and as it turns out, it did not. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to send, if I have any video editors in the chat, I'll give you $10 to clip the part where I was like, yo, shout out to Aaron Keller and the dev team for, fixing the replay viewer, right? And then clip all, get all of the instances that I've been disconnected, clip it into a montage, put some sad music over it. $10 bounty. Send it to Lord Thethan on Discord. Yeah. This is, this is a really brilliant idea. Sorry. Wasting a lot of time. It's Aaron Keller and Alec Dawson and their team that's wasting our time. What was I saying? I was talking about hard chokes. Hottie is the GOAT. Oh my goodness, he's so smart and handsome. I actually got to see him in person. He recognized me, and I was absolutely touched. He's incredibly handsome. Oh my God, like bald is beautiful, baby. And there's a reason, not the least of which is Vince Gilligan's expert writing and cinema sluttiness that Breaking Bad was so popular, and was the bald people, and so Hottie's got it right. Although I think he posted, he went live the other day, and his notification message was, "My hair's growing back, not a bait." That was so funny to me. You trade backlines here. So yeah, when Hadi talked to us, he talked about hard chokes. You're making a commitment when you're walking onto the other side of the hard choke. And then of course we went back to that angle where they're pushing your backline there, so you decide to trade backlines. But I also wouldn't mind seeing what does the Realm Outro gameplay from you look like when it's this creative, right? When you're actually like starting the fight up here, you're starting your hold up here, right? And also honestly in that vein, what's the Realm Outro gameplay look like when you're starting here, right? And you're actually set up to do the cooldowns that you want to do. So this is where we come back to the point that I got disconnected from, because of the literal disconnectedness that happened between my Overwatch client and their servers. You're just not set up for the slow here. If you want to slow them around a corner, your positions to do so are right here and right here. At least if you're playing by convention, you can also slow them from like here or this position, but like you're getting a little, well, you're cooking and not like Walter White would. But you slow. But, like, they have a shield, and a speed ring, and a bash, and, like, every single Freya cooldown, right? So, like, what is the slow actually doing here, right? The slow in this choke does something. It keeps them in the hard choke for longer, right? It makes the Brig bash through here instead of bash through here, right? It makes the Freya not be able to leap up into the air. She has to either leap out or leap through, right? She has to commit, either being disengaged from my team if they push through, or being engaged without her team as they back up, right? If they're backing up, right? You're making them make a decision. If you hold here, right, you're taking a risk, but if you vortex here, they're taking a risk, right? You can force them to make decisions. You can force them to force cooldowns. Now, here's the thing. At the end of the day, if your team doesn't want to play at that choke, do not play there. You are hard tossing if you're going to insist in playing in this position while the rest of your team is so happy and comfortable and not going to lose in this one, right? But you have options. You have options. And you're playing ROM. You're playing Brawl Comp. Like, this is like, oh, I don't know how to categorize this other than a Brawl space, right? And so I have you thinking about how to, in an environment where you have less than a minute for their attacking phase, the cart has progressed to a point where you're really not comfortable with it getting this far, right? This is where the golden box of victory is going to generally be, right? Is around this corner, right? And you don't want it to be that far because it only takes one fight to get here, right? You want it to be as far back as you can get it so that it doesn't get closer and closer to this position, because there's a relationship, remember. And you want it to continue backing off, right? In order to get it to continue backing off, you have to occupy their time here so that they can't move forward and get it moving, right? And honestly, even if they're not going to move it, if they're present on it for their attacking phase while you're defending it, it's just not going to move. And that's not advantageous for you either. You want the cart moving back because it's natural cover. And there's a relationship between where the cart is when we start certain fights and where we want it to be when those fights end favorably for us, right? So I don't know how it looks. I'm not going to dig into it. I'm not your coach. This is a project for you and your team to figure out if there's an opportunity to do what I'm saying here. If there's a setup, where do we put our pawns? Where do we put our bishops and our rooks and our queens to make that happen? Is this the kind of fight that we want to take? If the answer is yes, then like excellent, taking this fight. But like we have ults that could slow them down. We have a window that could keep them from crossing this distance at all. That could keep them from touching the point. That will keep the point from standing still instead of moving back towards them, which ironically enough is actually what we want. Cardi, oh hey Cardi, oh Cardi, thanks for the follow, dude. And yeah, I am your coach. It's so unfortunate too. Like I'm your coach no matter what, dude. If you get relegated to like the wider blue roster, like I get dragged with you. Hope Ethan remembers us when he makes it big. Yo, I've got 15. I got 15 friends, all listening. Well, not all listening intently. Hopefully, God, I hope that most of you guys have me muted. But I got 15 friends in the chat. I've already made it. You're not gonna like the attack. That's okay. I rarely like Overwatch gameplay, but I'm really good at pretending. You have ults, options, spaces to slow them down. You're on the composition that wants to use those ults and control those spaces, no less. Do it! I don't mean to sound like Shia LaBeouf, but don't let your memes be dreams. No, hold on. That's not how it goes. In any case, I like seeing you guys get moving there in that fight. It looks like it was predicated partially off of HCP and their window, but that's an excellent move forward tool. So I think that your Baptiste had an excellent read on that fight. I don't. Oh, it makes me really uncomfortable that you're here. If this is part of the plan, then that's great. Your team is setting up. Okay, yeah, it's part of the plan. You guys are saying let them touch the objective, let them get up, clump up on the objective, and then we got crossfire set up on them. Okay, yeah, I kind of like that. That's some cooking. I'm a bit out of the loop, so I'm only half processing. Hey, Nurglith, keep it up. You're doing great, man. Awaiting board out of mind. And I have you up on one airport. Hey, let's go. Hey, thanks, Sam. Also, weddings aren't boring, dude. Those are so much fun. You just gotta know where the fun is to be found. And to be fair, if you're at a wedding without your +1, it is a little bit boring. But man, go have a drink. There's some fun. So that was our plan. Is it actually gonna go according to plan? Objective. Let's go for the annihilate. Onto their backline, fight the Brig, and the Juno. We lose our Sojourn. We get forced off the objective. Shoot. Okay. See, this is, I think, what we were looking to be afraid of, is the scenario where I didn't explicitly state this, but me going over all of those different variables quantifies this concern, now manifest, which is, we didn't want this. We didn't want you forced off the objective with 2 dead on their side of the map while you guys seek to not only control the objective, but also to force them off of it while they have ults after you've been forced to use. That's a nice slow. Really, really brilliant. Tracer goes for recall. You have to kill the Tracer. But I also think that you just need to be on the cart. I want to go back to watch from your POV, but we're not going to do that because there's the risk of the replay viewer giving up on me. Since I can't go back, which I really want to. I really want to go back and analyze every single part of that fight. And honestly, I think that the bug is that if you let the whole game play out and then use the scrub meter, it's buffered the whole thing, so it doesn't kick you out. So that would be an option for me in the future. So preload replays. That's insane, by the way. That's not a luxury afforded to me here in this 21st century, first world, first modern world. That's a very first world problem. But anyways, I want to go back and look at everything. Ultimately, I think that the concession I want to arrive at is here. You guys had a pretty decent plan that didn't go according to plan. It just wasn't executed quite the way that it should have been. And we probably did some risks and stays that were just a little bit ill-timed. If Overwatch 2 boils down to 2 principles, those being timing and map control, I think that both of those were out of whack for you. And I didn't state it, but I did notice it when that fight started, when I realized that you guys were setting up crossfires. There is really specific timings and really specific map controls to pull off a plan like that, and it's honestly not too complicated to do it in your GM console scrim. But as you guys continue pushing yourselves over the course of the summer, you guys will go up against opponents that do know how to play timing and map control to not be susceptible to that plan. I think that you guys had a good plan, and there's just a better way to take it. Obviously, we can't go in and break down how to undo whatever damage got done. But I also want to give you guys credit. I don't think that you guys did a dreadfully, egregiously wrong thing, right? Egregious, that was the word that I used for us taking the spam up here, right? Us learning the hard lesson. I bet the call-in scrim was oh, okay, yeah, that's how we have to play into that character, right? Oh, the Freya prevents us from staying on top of each other the way that we might want to. That's funny. But, so you guys don't do anything egregious there. I just think that it didn't go according to the way that you guys wanted it to, and that's okay. I should have just engaged like 10 seconds sooner. I don't really know what I was thinking. I think I don't want to be in anyone's head. I don't want to speak. I don't like thinking or speaking or feeling for other people, right? Because people don't really like that in general, right? I don't really like people tell me what I think or how I feel. So I'm not gonna do that. But I'm gonna say I understand if you were just existing and thinking about your teammates. I understand if you were as the tank, as the solo tank in this environment, in the scrim environment, right, with the mantle of leadership that you have to engage these fights and start these fight phases and perpetuate these fight phases as you are, because that is your responsibility as a tank. That's what tanks do. I understand if you sit there on the objective and you hear this plan, if it wasn't your own plan, and even if it was your own plan, you share this plan, and your teammates are saying, okay, this is my contribution to that plan. Okay, we want to set this up, so I'll play here. I'll play this plot. I'll look for this target. I'll use this ult at this time, right? And you're listening to all that and you're taking it all in, so you're not really thinking about what you're doing. I understand that. I'm not saying that that's what it was. I'm going to say that's what it looked like to me, or that's what I realize it could have looked like if I went back and looked at it with your feedback there kind of accounted for. Nice slow, big rally, big stuns. Yeah, you have to put that shield up, but your brig is in. So it's really interesting as well. Now we get to, like, you're shielding, but the brig is in, but, like, you didn't have shield while the brig was shielding. So you have to see how timing, if Overwatch boils down to two principles, how, like, even down to the timing of, like, your two teammates and how they're using their barriers, right? This is a moment where we absolutely wish is this Overwatch cinematic universe, where instead of Reinhardt, I can't do my Reinhardt German accent, right? But I can do the Ramattra interlock shields, right? Like, you can do that. But this isn't the Overwatch cinematic universe. This is Overwatch competitive, where you have to say, I'm shielding or I'm fighting. And that's the call, that's the plan, that's what we're doing. So don't do one or the other and both. Just stick to our already good plan. We know that the ROM has to die anyways, right? It makes sense to try and avert the nanites from hurting us. It makes sense to try and keep that ult suppressed, but its last fight, while they're about to capture, while we have not full resources, but full enough to body the nanites long enough to chip him down so that he has to hold his arms or 30 seconds have expired, right? Again, you guys aren't doing anything wrong there. You guys actually do so many things correctly there. The way that you engage, the way that you play your corners, the damage that you take and aren't willing to take, the way that you use your shield, the way that you play around your shield. But it's also really important to understand why we're making decisions, why our teammates make decisions, and how our decisions affect the decisions that our teammates make, and how we can use our decisions to enhance the decisions of our teammates. There's a lot of words there. It's a real alphabet soup that I'm spitting out there. The gist is that be on the same page. Be on the exact same page as your team. That's it. That's all it takes to win. All right. I'm not going to like the attack. We'll see. Yeah, I generally don't like Overwatch gameplay, but I'm good at pretending. And honestly, you guys are playing a great comp. So I'm actually ready. I'm ready to be wowed and amazed. Like, really just like, I was just gonna say, like, really teeny tiny thing for me. I don't know if, like, I care for the leap out, because I would, okay, here's the thing, right? This is so little. I'm not saying you're doing a mistake here. I just want to examine a relationship. If you leap out on Winston, by the time, you're jumping out, but you and your teammates will all walk to the same starting point at the same speed. If you're leaping out on Winston, is there scouting information that you could or couldn't get with a leap? So if you're going to leap, are you using that leap to also get scouting information as well as to be mobile, right? Because you do want to generally try to have all of your decisions accomplishing several tasks simultaneously. At least that's how to be efficient. It's a little definition. And if you're not getting scouting done, then you need to leap, because your leap actually just puts you in the same spot as the rest of your team by the time your next leap comes off cooldown. So you're not making any mistakes. You're not doing anything wrong. I also just watched you go for the leap, and like, you only get movement off of it. But I'm curious about, like, what else there is to get out of that leap. And if there's nothing else to get out of the leap, like, do you really need to leap? do you just save that for when your team, who are more or less mobile, are in the same starting spot as you want to be in, to start your engage as Winston? Because like really, I would on this comp, I'd be looking to depending on the matchup, you know, I might just be looking to walk up and then leap in, right, and keep things like really simple, keep things really but see how like the time that we end up leaping is a time that we also took like 400, 500 damage, right? So now you're isolated. Now you're slowed down, right? If Overwatch 2 boils down to two principles, those being timing and map control, they have the control to on those angles against you, and you didn't have the timing to be sustained as you engaged into this first phase, right? Which doesn't even have to be engage phase, right? You don't want to engage into this. Oh my god, you do not just want to like leap into this, right? You're a talented tank player, you know this, but you can absolutely commence other fight phases, scouting phase, old generation phase, poking phase, right? You can poke on Winston. This is absolutely a poking comp. Holy, this is not a poke comp TM, but like this is a comp that can poke, right? So you can do a poke phase, right? Force out cooldowns, play for positions, right? They are on a brawl comp, in a GM console scrim, on the low ground, playing with an affinity towards the I lose position, right? Not in the high ground. If you know that they're not up here, then like you guys can be up here. And so I really like the fact that your team is up here, right? And so while your team is moving up here, do you have to be fighting and using bubble? Is it nicer that as your team emerges here, now you're leaping even further back to force their tank to turn around and look at you, to force them 5 to look at you, so that none of the 5 of them are looking at these guys. And if none of the 5 of them are looking at your friends, then your friends are really free to heal you and support you and counter pressure their team, right? Shoot the Orisa in the back, win the 3v1 against the Freya, stuff like that. What was that jump? You haven't had any bad jumps. This one's probably like the only. That one's probably like the only like bad jump. It wasn't even all that bad. It was like mid, I guess, more mid than anything else, and even that's a little too mean for my style. I love that. If the replay viewer weren't still broken, I would watch that from her POV. Cease your resistance. I miss the bongo. I miss the supercharger. Although I don't miss having... I do like having fewer damage amplification abilities in Overwatch across the cast. You know, at least, you know, because we have more damage amp abilities than we had in Overwatch 1, but like we also have a lot more characters than we used to, so... but damage amplification is such a weird thing in a game like Overwatch. Ooh, it's tough. You're not doing anything wrong here, so like it's why I'm well actually you weren't doing anything like really noticeably wrong up until the point that I realized like we're past the point of being able to avert consequences to some of this. I'm trying to figure out how not to be complicated here, and it's not really going to work for me. But essentially, you want to be carving out spaces for your team and taking engagements that, over the course of time, accumulate towards a fight win. So, hopping around the middle of the arena and bringing these fights to be more concentrated towards the center of the arena, that's okay if you have your team in positions where they can manipulate the center of that arena, which is kind of how that looks right now. And that's honestly, I mean, that's the plan that you guys were looking to do here, right? But I think I have you leaping around a little bit more. I think I have you leaping around a lot more. I like forcing the gold out of the Orisa. Yep, nice mark. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, oh, shoot. Okay, super teeny tiny decision making, right? You leap on the Freya, and as she looks around the corner, like you understand, know how your enemies, know how your opponents are going to seek to play. You know that Freya doesn't want anything to do with you. You know that what she wants is to make distance, and you don't know it quite yet in your scrims, since this is probably like first or second scrim since she's been in the game. But she has every single possible tool to create that distance. So you're looking to charge up a right click a lot earlier. That's all it is. I like that you force the lamp. You don't need to get that kill to win. You just need to do what you did, right? And it's nice if you get the kill, and you get the kill if you're able to play a little bit nicer there. But that's not a big deal. I like playing safe. I think that that's the jump that I don't like. I think that I like a jump back up here. Or a jump that reconnects you to your on the high ground in a position where you're not like out of the fight, but you're not in it, and your tracer isn't like in the fight, but it wouldn't be bad to have you in a spot where you are able to be more in, right? Here, you don't have many options to be in for another second and a half or so, and your Ana is pressured, right? I would sooner see you absorbing pressure down this angle. I would sooner see Freya looking to come down this hallway than fly out in this open, right? Chasing you, who can get topped off and healed and sustained by your Ana here, without. Oh my goodness, exacting flats. Oh, what are you doing, dude? You're gonna get timed out. Thanks for the view. I have you, I think, fulfilling your obligations to your Ana a little bit sooner there, but you end up coming around. Your Ana might have made a call as well, and your Ana ends up getting the Mega here. I don't know why your Brig is taking damage. Oh, okay, crossing this distance. That's actually perfect. Hey, that's damage you can justify, right? Okay. Hey, I don't actually hate this attack yet. Nice movement. Nice counter movement. It's really slight, but I think that you do deserve the credit, especially since we're playing on console. Like, the movement to not get boxed into the hotel like the Orisa wants us to, really, really good. Really good stuff. I really appreciated that. You don't have anyone you can easily jump on there, but honestly, I don't care if this is right or wrong. You jump that. You absolutely jump that. Point progress can be attained by your team who are coming up on ultimates, who can, if they have point progress, kind of help support you. Your Ana has already contributed the nano boost to you. Your Ana is dead. You guys don't, the four of you, win the fight by staying here on the objective. The only way that I see you guys winning this fight, so please submit this replay code to another coach or consult you guys as coach and ask if there's another way that they see it. And understand that if there's another person who sees another way that you guys win this fight, please listen to that. Odds are they're right. But the only way that I see you guys winning this fight is if you leap the group here. Maybe you don't win this fight, right? Maybe you have to force the BAP and the Freya ult, which you might be able to force both by leaping on them. This nano monkey with nano expiring and is jumping into the four of us. Lamau, we didn't expect that, so we ult, right? Oh my goodness, there's a nano Winston. I'm ulting, I'm windowing. Maybe you force ults. Maybe you force them to go back. Maybe you give the Orisa a sense of confidence. Say, Orisa, turns around to you. Now Orisa isn't pressuring your Brig. Your Brig can move forward. Orisa isn't shooting your, let's pretend your Ana's alive, right? You can leap onto these three and generate ultimate. Nano Boost is an excellent ultimate generation tool. If you see the three of them here and you insta-leap on them, not only do you get some really nice AoE splash damage that contributes towards that next Primal Rage you'll be able to use, but you also get some really awesome cleave that forces them to make some really difficult decisions, right? And now biscuits have to be thrown from Brig. Sorry, armor packs. People don't call them biscuits, but like, does that not look like a biscuit to you guys? That looks like a biscuit. I see that armor pack icon and I want to eat it. Right? That's a biscuit. Anyways, we're off the rails. You get really good cleave. Now they have to use biscuits. Now they have to whip shot. Now they have to window. Now they have to lamp. Now they have to use their Freya mobility. Now they wanted to help the Orisa, push forward through the choke and take some space on this objective, which you guys should be slowly generating progress towards, especially if you're in and the Tracer can, take a seat out or pressure the May and turn the 4v1 onto you into a 3v1, right? I'm sorry, 5v1 onto a 4v1. But the only way I see you guys winning this fight is if you get in there. Like, when you see that. Oh no, you've put yourself in a corner. And that counter movement that I praised you for. You should not be getting away with this. I like the fact that you are. I really like the fact that you're getting away with it. But I think part of the reason you got away with it is because they just decided to ignore you. But if they're deciding to ignore you, is it in some small part possibly because you did not make yourself unignorable? You guys, you can come to that conclusion yourself. It's going to be based off of, what you were thinking, what your team was thinking, what your team was doing, how your team was playing. In another scrim, you aren't making a mistake there, right? But the mistake that gets made, or the mistakes that get made, the mistakes that we want to correct, isn't the, I got my head taken off by a random Hanzo headshot in the grand finals. Oh no, I wish that I had practiced not getting shot in the head by random Hanzo spam in scrims. Are you kidding me? No, the mistakes that we want to diminish, the mistakes that we want to iron out, the mistakes that we want to turn into habitual principles, good things, right? We want to take the bad things that we do and turn them into good, are the mistakes that are caused by us not thinking fully, right? So I want to give you credit. You know, you're not you're not actually making any like horrendous decisions, right? But you also want to. We also want to be able to identify the instances where the fact that we aren't making decisions off of the variables that we realize, that we can use the replay viewer to realize that these variables were there to be seen in the first place. That's what we're looking to correct. It's more of an observation game. It's like, how much can you see in Overwatch? How much can you see and immediately process and respond to? I mean, I put up this Reddit post today. It generated a little bit of traction. I appreciate everyone who reached out to me and is looking to get out, or is looking to get some insight. And then, of course, we have some weirdos like FY Talks leaving a comment. And I kind of saw this comment, leaving a comment that's like 4.3K is not GM2 anymore. I don't fucking care. I told you guys what I can coach to. I told you guys, the nature of my post is to explain, who I can't coach, which is the pro players, which respectfully, I probably could do a little bit of pro coaching, but I don't think I like it. And they have access to like actual resources, right? They have access to stuff like that. So, what is it? Phi Talks 4.3 is not GM2 anymore. I don't fucking care, you fucking moron. I'm here to help the people who want to be helped. So I appreciate all of you guys who are hanging out, who want to be helped, and who aren't being like absolute little freaks. We'll lay off the cursing for a little bit and get back into the Overwatch action. You have your primal and can use. Excellent. You're going to use it. You're limit testing. You're limit testing with your health pool, and I don't think that you need to be. It's not bad that you are. I just think that you can, like, pop the primal. The reason that I mention that is because generally, we actually had this whole thing a couple of years ago when I was a much less experienced coach and when we were a much less competent team. We asked ourselves, is it more important to ult first or ult better? When, like, ulting first sometimes is ulting better. Generally, I like to have us as players in the position to trigger pull really, really quickly. So I wouldn't mind you trigger pulling on the primal a little bit quicker there so that you can develop the confidence and competence. Not saying that you're incompetent. Oh, God. Your tank gameplay has been so much fun to indulge. But that... you can trigger pull on that faster, so that next time you're even a little more comfortable trigger pulling. Yeah. Really excellent stuff. Oh, great knockbacks as well. I really would actually love to see you greed with the primal. So where I yell at you for greeding your health, I would have you greed with the primal. I think if you greed with the primal a little bit earlier, it actually makes it a little bit easier to get some of those kills, as opposed to, spend so much time in the primal because you spent so much time out of the primal doing Tesla damage instead of knockback and primal damage, right? So you understand what I'm saying. Ultimately, I have you limit testing a little bit differently, but I still love the fact that you're using your scrims to limit test. That's what we do in scrims. Sorry, I want to go back. Had to look at my dog. He was looking at me funny. So just want to go back and make sure that I hadn't missed anything particularly incredible. Okay, and nothing like so mind-bendingly amazing, but still some good, clean Winston gameplay. Really, really good stuff. Like the space, like the bubble, like the poke, all of it's very good. I'm not moving back, though. Yep, perfect. Yep, I'm looking for another angle. I'm looking for uptime, though, right? You're existing on this angle, and I would have you do more than just exist, right? Because if you do poking from here, or if you jump up here, right? If you jump up here from where you were, you can't be helped. But as long as you know you can't be helped, you can also have a general idea of how much damage you can or can't take, right? So not a big deal if you jump up here and take damage. Not a big deal that you don't jump up here to not take damage, right? We don't want to contribute towards her ult, right? It got buffed. But if you are up here, right, she probably doesn't get to hold the space as well, right? She probably gets cowed over here or over here. Are these the starting spaces that she wants? Honestly, maybe they are. Maybe they're throwing if you do start up here and you force her back, right? But if you start over here, you can poke her down. You can force her out of that spot. You can make her jump off the high ground, or you can force her to use cooldowns on you. Those aren't bad things, especially since you have the armor health to justify taking cooldowns. And more importantly, you don't need to be on the objective. Although we mentioned at the beginning of the stream earlier today that, like, I'm not really a big fan of supports on the point because supports are very powerful, and they don't need DPS players or DPS heroes are better objective movers than supports, by the way, because DPS heroes aren't generally better fighters than supports are, and I would prefer my supports to be set up in positions where they are ready to fight. Although I'm not a big fan of supports on the objective, I put like 1 or 2 deeps on there if I need 2 people on the cart, and the rest of us are looking to move forward. So that's probably a little bit more of a difference in some of our styles, the way that you guys prefer to play the game, and the way that I prefer to guide my team to play the game. And so you guys have the agency to say, oh, we'll keep putting supports on the objective, and we're not going to move up and do poke. But I think that you benefit from moving up and doing poke, because I also think that this kind of fight that you guys end up in, I'm not going to say that this isn't the kind of fight that you end up forced into if you start over here and do your poking, but it's possible that you're able to make a different series of decisions that leads us to a different position, right? I don't know how this fight's going to go, but I can't imagine it goes well. We didn't lose the Ana. Yeah, she nerded herself. Oh, amazing. Okay. I like it. I like being wrong. Be careful. Be really, really, really careful. Super, super little thing. And I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to hope that my replay viewer does not crash. Moving on to the BAP. Rackoed on the BAP. Rackoed on the BAP. Rackoed on the BAP. Step backward. Why? Why step backward there? Right? Why do the S key? Why do the S key even for 1 second? Even for 1 nanosecond. You do the S key, and look at what it does. Oh, look at this. You stop moving forward again. You stop moving forward as the Baptiste moves back, right? And what does that do? The tether breaks. If this is a target on that other target's approximate to, right? If this is a target that you can cleave on, you're losing the cleave. You're losing your ult generation. You're losing your damage potential. And more importantly here, you're losing the timing that you need to kill this BAP, because this BAP has killed your Zen, and you guys now have limited time to actually, like, get moving on this objective, right? Not only that, he's able to move back. He's able to grab Mega, right? And I'm not going to say that it's because you lost the tether for, like, 0.2 seconds, right, that he gets to live there. That's so myopic, right? But if you're able to stay tethered onto him and you get a better leap on him initially, oh, that's awesome. Oh, I love that. Turn around and walk away. I actually dive that because I'm so close to Primal, and I absolutely want to greed there. You're probably a lot smarter and a lot better and a lot more talented for leaping out of there, but your team is actually in. So it's very interesting. We see us kind of like on not the same page as our team, and it's interesting how your presence here, even despite the window, right? This is a really interesting relationship. You have the window, which is his map control, right? So he has the timing, right? Which is I grab the Mega just in time. I plop the window down, right? By the way, just in time for you to be coming up on a bubble, which is funny. Timing and map control. He tries to seize map control from you by doing the window, right? And you have the option of controlling the window with your bubble, right? Now he has to use the window for something that you want him to use the window for instead of something that he wanted to use the window for. And he can still use the window to damage you, sure, but it's not going to be very easy with you bubble dancing and jumping around and so close to Primal, right? Not only that, you are your team's map control. Where you are, Zimimf can play. And so it sucks that Zimimf has to die there for, I'll say this dramatically, for your cowardice. Sojourn has to die there. I think next time, if your comms are healthy, and this is only when your comms are healthy and you guys are in sync, and we haven't gotten to the point in scrims where we start kind of like falling out of sync because either the scrim has gone well, so we're kind of becoming cornballs, or the scrim has gone poorly, so we're becoming grumps, right? What we want to do is, if our comms are healthy, we want to be pushing those advantages. We want to be establishing advantages, pushing advantages, imposing disadvantages, and letting us be the presence and the map control for our team. That way Zimif doesn't have to die. That way we can stay aggro. That way we can, with our aggression, force them to make compromises and mistakes and decisions, right? We look at, we're watching you, and I'm the one in the coaching chair with the easy job of saying, oh, Teehee, you took one step away from the BAP, and for 0.2 nanoseconds. Oh, let's all look at and laugh at this silly tank player, right? when really that's exactly the kind of thing you're looking to make them do, right? You're looking for them to disengage from you for 0.2 seconds. You're looking for them to, use an ult because they thought that they needed to, right? You're looking for them to look like the clown balls, right? That I can pull up here on the replay viewer on stream when the replay viewer works. So yeah, be brave. Be brave, especially when you have your team to play around. If this is a solo queue ranked lobby, like absolutely jumping out is the right call. But because this is a team, because this is a team scrim, I think you're making the wrong call. Mess up your primal here. Okay, let's take a look. I've drawn. This man has drawn on long enough. For us, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia watchers. Ooh, yeah, that's tough. That's really, really tough. She gets your attention. She's like, you can escape me. And then you turn right back around and you're like, watch me. And yeah, you don't escape. Well, is death a release? Yeah, I understand where that's painful. Yeah, I guess we could relentlessly flame you for that, but like, what are you gonna say? Like, oh, how dare you mess up this one primal out of the, likely thousands that you're doing, right? What's really going wrong there, right? We could go back and look in the replay viewer. Honestly, I think that this is probably a better exercise for you to go back in, because honestly, you know your scrim partners are even a little bit better, and their habits a little bit better than I'm going to. And so, what's really going wrong there? Is it your target prioritization? Is the timing of your primal? Should you have held on to it for a little bit longer? Should you have gone on a team endeavor instead of a solo endeavor, right? This primal on the brig was very much just by yourself, and at least for me and my team, one of our very important principles, one of our like actual maxims is never, ever make your teammates play by themselves. And if you're a teammate, then don't play by yourself. Don't make your teammates make you, don't make your teammates have to watch you play by yourself. But have you considered it would be funny? It would be funny, Nurglip. It would actually be quite comical. You're right, actually. You're so right. Miko gets 2 with his pulse. 14-year prodigy, though he's in the sugar free. Oh my gosh, yeah. These I've done a casting for some of the high school tournaments, high school esports tournaments around the country, and holy smokes, it's incredible. I don't hate being an old mushroom, but man, I wonder what it would be to be, what life would be like to be one of these young punks who has who's just brimming with talent. I think that it's so cool. So, really, really cool. I don't mean to be preachy, but, you're probably not too far off from an old shroom yourself, MA Fish. And so I would, for this, for the young punks on our rosters, it just becomes really important that we give them the environments that they deserve to be in as young learning competitors. So you have a really good opportunity to contribute to some formative experiences for a young esports player. That's really, really cool. Yeah, really, really good stuff. Holy smokes. I normally like to end VODs with, like, takeaways, and I wasn't paying too close. I wasn't paying close enough to my points to, like, emerge with, like, oh, here's our list, everybody, of, oh, don't take steps in the wrong direction, and always be on the same page, and I wasn't. You can, we can comb back through the VOD. You can submit another one at any point that we could take a look at. We could even schedule something to look at something as a team. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I think that you played this matchup really, really well. There's some positional things. There's some map control and timing things that we can clean up, not only as individuals but also as a team. There's probably some comm stuff to address as well. There were a couple of moments that, to me, it appeared pretty evident that the comms weren't as strong or as healthy or as direct as they could have been, that our plans were really well established, but the execution wasn't too well, we didn't know how we were going to execute. Welcome back, Cardi. Thanks for popping in. And but ultimately, I think that you play this matchup really well. I would be really interested if these are scrim partners. I should have risen for some reason. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I sang it. Shoot the tank, shoot the tank. I'm gonna give credit where it's due. That's not my song. That's not my jingle, by the way. But I am gonna monopolize it here on the Twitch channel. Shoot the tank. But yeah, maybe maybe next time shooting someone that isn't the Orisa. And I feel like from this match, we don't really get like big demonstrations, but I also got some excellent talking points to like to really illustrate where Overwatch is a cumulative game. God, I love having my little Lord Theanisms that I can just take the same little expression and spit it out like 80 different times, and it doesn't lose all of its insight with each consecutive time. But it's a convenient position to be in. Still, I'm not entirely wrong that it's like these really general, like really little things that make you competitive. Thank you for the VOD review. Yeah, no, thank you for the VOD. We were running out of content, in fact, and now an hour and a half has blazed by, courtesy of you. Thank you so much for letting us VOD review. Cardi, who's next on the VOD list? Nobody, actually. I do not have any VODs that anyone has. Actually, I do have a couple of VODs. I've got a VOD from I've got a VOD. Moments I'm gonna kill you. Not really. I wouldn't ever kill any of my viewers. Please view. So yeah, Cardi, if you have a VOD, then send it my way. And I won't be as hard on you as I normally am. That's actually probably a lie. It's really easy for me to default to, snap and yap at Cardi. But yeah, if you have a VOD you want to look at, then definitely. I'm just taking a breather, guys. Getting some water and gathering my senses, and processing my gratitude as well for the VOD. Thank you, Amyfish, and I'm absolutely looking forward to the potential of corresponding further and getting to watch some more of your gameplay. Shall you be next? I think so, Cardi. Yeah, I think so. Go and shoot me a VOD. We'll take a look at it. Let's watch some Tracer gameplay and we'll go from there. Stall for 3 minutes? Yo, how do you expect me, Mr. Streamer Man, to stall for 3 whole minutes? That is so hard. That is absolutely impossible. Okay, let's see. I actually do have a VOD. Cardi, as soon as you send yours, we'll pop out of this one. This one's from Godspeed. Godspeed Killua. Oh, and Dow makes another appearance. Okay. Oh, and this is hybrid as well. So you know what the replay viewer doesn't? Work. If anyone else has any VODs, guys, feel free to submit them. Odds are that we'll have to tackle those like some other night. Really, we'll probably be winding down with a VOD that Cardi is going to submit. And then looking to call it a night. I think actually I started like way late today, guys, and so we ended up going probably a little bit later than I actually have the stamina for. But I really appreciate everyone sticking through for as long as they have. I know that all the people who are watching are the people who've been here this whole time, so shout out to you guys. Nice engaged, Matthew. By the way, oops, docs. Yeah, it's Matthew. Oh my god, those long-range viruses are actually really slick, Matt. I really like that. I'm learning a little bit about how that projectile works. Oh wait, the setup Sombra. Yeah, the setup Sombra. Oh my god, that was pissing me off during the during playoffs. Not just those last matches. Like the whole postseason, man. Whole playoff season was just setup Sombra. Oh, I'm gonna play the Sombra in stream, Ethan. Oh, holy, shut up. But the viruses, those are slick, actually. I really like that, man. I'm gonna go back and watch over and figure out how that projectile works, because I like playing Sombra. Yo, Cardi, you have submitted a replay code of you on an alternate account. Which one is you? I said I wasn't gonna snap and yap at Cardi, and here I am snapping and yapping already. All right, which one is you, Cardi? I'm on a 30-second delay, Lamau. So I gotta wait 30 seconds to figure out which one is Cardi. I'm just, like, automatically assuming that you're the tank, that you're Doomfist. Oh, is the block canceled? You just did not get the charge from it. Okay, no, it wasn't canceled. It just expired. Okay, yeah, just a little too early. That's fine. I don't hit that dive, but you don't have the block, right? So you know, with Doom, like, the name that isn't in English. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, it's Tracer gameplay. I should have known. I should have known that the only Tracer in this lobby was my very own Cardi. Okay, all right. Let's see it. That's like really icky nasty, like, prediction of where she's going to be into a really sick hospital flick. Emphasis on the sick and hospital. That's actually kind of crazy. I almost want to look at that Cardi and say, like, oh wow, quite fortuitous, if I may. The Tracer on red team. Yeah. But no. That was just like a really nice mark on the Juno that you were able to maintain. Nice blink on the Mega, dodge on the sleep, into recall, you're thinking about your out. Yeah, that was really, really good, Cardi. There's a couple of things that I changed, like, really, really minutely here. So I want to go back and take a look. So you do poking on the Ana, so you just have to understand that, like, she's marking you when you're coming back. Oh my goodness, I have to message Potato, because he and I are actually good buddies, and and I made him out to be an asshole on stream. So I have to apologize. I'm like, Potato, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I turned you into the villain. But I'm also not, like, actually so deserved. We're not gonna ask questions we don't want the answers to. Cardi, I probably have you, you just have to understand that you're marked. And you also want to understand, like, where the Ana is going to be moving out of, right? So it's easier to predict than to react. It's easier to predict, like, you want to make things easier on yourself and kind of predict where the Ana is going to be moving out of, how she's going to be moving. It's not a bad recall, but now you have to consider the portion that of the map that you're in and the covers that you have access to, right? So disengaging is obviously, like, your #1 priority, but it's actually not. Getting out isn't your priority. It's going to be living long enough for you to get out, right? It seems a little, like, not counterintuitive. Oh, my mic is up? Okay. Yeah, give me 1 second, Cardi. This probably sounds a little bit better. Also try to talk a little bit louder. My voice is not starting to give out on me. A lot of people say that, and I'm like, wow, you guys, like, underestimate how resilient the human voice actually is, how strong the vocal cords are. But I'll push through, Cardi. I'll raise the volume. You want to live long enough to get out. So you're thinking about how you are budgeting that last blink. So budget it. You want to budget. You want to budget it so that you can find cover. I'm so sorry. I'm getting distracted. Multitasking isn't a real thing. It's not a real thing that real people can do. And if you think you're a good multitasker, you're probably not human. You're a robot. Sorry you found out this way, cyborg. Sorry. That was so rude of me. And so I'm getting distracted. Bye. Bye, Potato. I'm so sorry I turned you into an asshole. Okay, we'll get back to Cardi. So yeah, I'm just having you use that blink to like dip and duck around cover, because like understand that like the Ana and the Echo want to move on you, but like you aren't the only thing that they have to think about and worry about, right? So you can like lead the Echo on while trusting that the Ana's going to turn around and like heal her team or do something else. And honestly, if she's like chasing you with the Echo, that's 2 of them for you. The longer you live, the better chance your team has to win that fight later, right? So I just want you thinking big picture kind of stuff, Cardi. How does me living here help my team, and how do I help my team by living here? Icky. Like ever so slightly. And I'm so sorry, Cardi. This is the Snap and Yap VOD review, actually, at you. For those of us who are watching and paying closer attention, Cardi is actually such a blessing to have on my roster. And the reason that I say blessing with such accentuation is because I have not often had players who, even if they don't understand what I'm asking them to do, will do what I tell them to. So Cardi, you get a very extra special shout out on stream for being like actually one of the first players who's ever like actually done what I've asked, even though I know that you don't understand all of what I tell you at all times. So now that I've gotten to, give you a little bit of praise, a little bit of lauding, now we can, seek to tear you down a little bit. Icky, like approach, icky, like cover usage. You're not playing close to walls, covers corner. Imagine like if you don't have to blink and recall, because you're playing close to this corner, or you blink behind her and you're playing, this corner. You have options as Tracer. And remember, we've talked about the blinks being more than just movement, right? They're also cover, dodge, tracking, marking. You can cover, whatever, right? You can do so much with those blinks. So I see it. I actually do see the improvements, Cardi. I want to give you credit, and I'm not bullshitting you either. It is really, really notable improvements that I've seen in the Tracer. That's tracking. But you're still tasked with the exact same measures of improvement. Nothing has changed, which is a really good position to be in, Cardi, by the way. We don't want you to be forced to learn new things on Tracer, right? We don't want you to be in the position where you have to pick up new things that I'm telling you, right? We want to be in a spot where all you have to work on is the things that we've already told you to reinforce. I don't hate the pathing. I do want to mention that, back in the day when we had Alive or Bezo on the roster, they're like doing some crouching as well. The teams that you're going to be losing against are absolutely gonna hear you clip clopping, whether you're crouched or uncrouched or whatever. But just understand dimension to sound and movement and marking and scouting, how it all relates to itself. Oh, I like this, Cardi. I really like that. I really like not moving at all to be stealthy. Now, I also like a little bit more crouching on that walk because they're going to be able to see you, mark you. But you also don't necessarily need to like be out. You absolutely are looking to be engaged here. So that's a really clean engage on the Ana. Yo, is this an ego VOD, Cardi? Good. Oh, hello, Apollo. Did you win that? Oh, hold on. I'm going to go back and watch. Big recall. Force recall out of her. Play the corner. Play corner, Cardi. Cardi. Holy smokes. Play your corners. Take less damage by not standing in the middle of the doorway. That's all that I need from you. You play this so incredibly well. The blink usage is really good, if a little bit too conventional for my taste as our resident Tracer loather, right? Wow, you guys see, like, in real time, I can't multitask. You do this so well. The blink management, the dodging, even if it is a little bit, even if it is a little typical. No! What another dogs! So yeah, I just want you like not standing in the middle of the doorway there. Is all that it is. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I want to see you at the lead up for the pulse bomb. I just don't shoot. I don't shoot before going for that pulse bomb. The reason being, Cardi, is that you don't want your crosshair to move in a way that doesn't help your pulse bomb, right? You only want to use... You only want... If the plan is to pulse bomb the cast, anything that you do has to be in service of pulse bombing the cast, right? So honestly, shooting him is a little bit funny if the plan is to pulse him, right? Because he's half HP, and he can't lift the pulse anyways, right? But the unless he rolls, I guess, in which case, like, you do have to do a little bit of damage on him, but you can do that like without revealing yourself and doing damage first. You can just blink out and pulse. But the other thing about like shooting is if the plan is to shoot him because he's half HP, then why pulse, right? So you kind of like counteract your own plan there, which is a-okay. But that's the thing to make sure that you're on top of there. Okay. Danger, Will Robinson. Find a place that you can sit completely still and be quiet. Yeah, that's absolutely excellent. Make sure that if you move, you're crouched, you're not blinking, you're not... Yeah, they marked you. Oh, well. Can you get out? Mm-hmm. I think that, play your corner. Use your cover as part of your dueling. Again, you don't need to start this fight 28 HP. I want you using the corner as part of the means by which to win and succeed in these duels, right? So as you say no in the chat to me being like, Cardi, I'm gonna double down, Cardi, play your corners, and yeah, but I don't hate the disengage. It's just yeah, you aren't gonna be able to help yourself, and so I understand. I kind of hear you in my head, Cardi, going, oh man, I'm not healable there. Anna, just heal me. But yeah, it's Cardi. It's just like off of the fact that like you probably could have just died and reset. Yeah, that's probably it. If we wanted to reduce it to something really simple, we could also make it complicated and talk about like all the different things that you probably could do a little bit differently, right? Sticking to a quieter part of the stairwell, or not moving around, or maybe even like triple blinking all the way back here so that they know you're here, but they don't know where you are, right? There are some intuitive and counterintuitive and more or less intuitive things that we can do that have varying levels of success. Ultimately, you're in a position to have to do those things just because you didn't reset with your team. Now, if you reset with your team, or if you don't reset with your team and you do, any one of like 80 things better, right? That, like, no problem. But if and honestly, knowing that like you're on my roster and I just watched you stagger. I was saying it's not an ego VOD. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. No, I believe you, Cardi. I know that you don't give me ego VODs. Covers corners, closer to covers corners and walls. Yeah, I've also heard that. I've heard that from some crazy people. Oh my lord. Some like actual schizo shrooms been saying, all right guys, play closer to walls, covers corners. Guys, we really know that the only thing separating us from these teams is, they're just closer to walls, covers corners. Hey guys, I hate to be the guy who repeats himself and reminds you, closer to walls, covers corners. Oh my god, imagine playing on a team with a coach like that. Holy. Oh my lord, that'd be terrible. I'd have mental health issues. I like the patience. I just don't... I wonder if you can be patient safer? Instead of patient 0? Wait, I'm sorry, instead of patient there? You're sort of like still out, right, as Tracer. You're still out there. You're in a corner, but like for Tracer, corners are different. Like, corners are suggestions. And for Doomfist, it's like you're putting together a Lego set that's been advertised for like 18 plus, and you're 13. But like, yo, Lego, you're not my dad. And so the Lego group can't tell me not to put together the 18 plus set. But like I'm gonna tell you, like be careful about playing around the 18 plus corner here, because like Doomfist, that's not a corner. That's just a surface to slide against, right? And so so I wonder if you could like be positioned quieter, patient elsewhere, somewhere that makes it easier to connect to the fight. Or if that is just as easy to connect to the fight, somewhere that you won't be as lookable at by the Doom. But, all right. Very cool. So I'm getting a couple of more messages from some other people who want to get VODs. You know, and guys, if you, oh my god. Yo, Cardi, respectfully, you just got rolled. Holy smokes. I actually hate to see it happen. I have to watch that. Shoot. What happened? What did you do? What did he do? Oh, you're jumping and clipping and clopping. And you know he's there. Oh, you finagled. Oh, you absolute complicator. Oh my goodness. Keep things simple. Keep things, yeah. Keep things very, very easy. Go coach. I don't know about that one. Yeah, I just want you to blink and pulse there, as opposed to, like, trying to blink behind him. That's Cassidy. He wants you to, like, blink behind him because he has that flash, right? So we've gotten to talk a little bit about, you know, not playing the way that they want you to, and you've heard that from me, like, 80 times by now, Cardi, but, yeah, I really want you, like, especially since you knew it was the Cass, I want you playing as if you know it's the Cass, right? Yeah, I don't mind the double blink there to get on the high ground, to stay in the Ray, or to be where the Ray is going to end up. Especially since it would have been a confrontation with the Cass. You want to use this pulse, and you can't use it on the Tracer, but you've been goaded into a duel with her. I don't mind you, like, being ready to play around the Mega Pack, but you're, like, playing for sustain on a section of the map at a time in the fight where, like, you really have to be getting kills here and not looking to last longer in the fight than you already did. Because the way to last longer in the fight without getting a health pack is to make sure that they're dead, right? I swear I didn't blink into the wall. No, I didn't see it, Cardi. Don't worry. I definitely did not see it from the overhead view. I absolutely saw it. I have you, I just have you, you know, just double blink on the high ground, stick the Cass, Cardi. Make it easy. Make it really easy, especially considering this. Oh my god, I'll say it. I'm so based for this. And I didn't want to say it earlier because we had, like, I am sure very talented Tracer player playing on, like, King's Row game. But, like, Tracer is so easy. And so, like, for a character that is easy, respectfully to new Tracer players, and reverently for old Tracer players, I'll be snarky. I've been here for 3 hours. I've earned the right. Especially considering how easy she is, I think that it sucks to be in a position where you have to make things complicated. You complicate her. Stop doing that. Stop. Oh, that would have been a really nice, no, that would have been a really nice, like, clipping. You should have just shot her in the head and then meleeed. But that's so slight. I understand, you know, when you're entering a Tracer duel, you're entering with plans to Tracer duel, right? And so you're thinking about, like, where you're blinking, how you're blinking, where you're moving, how you're covering, what health packs you're anchoring to, stuff like that. So I understand that, you know, when she recalls into your face, like, you're like, oh, well, I was already going to blink. I had made that decision before she recalled. But, you know, slightly more adaptable response time might be good. It's good stuff, Cardi. I generally like, you know, honestly, this one is actually kind of new. I generally like the places that you're opting for. I generally like the positions that you're looking to achieve on the Tracer. I just think that once you've attained these positions, after that, you're not really doing your diligence to make things easier. Dude, I swear I press Q. I believe you, Cardi. But I want you queuing onto the cast, like, a lot earlier. I think that's the difference. I just want, you know, I especially, I say especially because Tracer is easy, right? And that's so dismissive. That's actually so diminutive of me, to sit here and be like, oh, wow, this character, that actually requires an insane amount of skill. Unironically, I know that I unironically spoke earlier and said Tracer is easy, but unironically, Tracer is quite challenging. I can't play her. You guys want to see my Tracer rank? D3, D4, D3, D5, there's my peak, D4, right? So, like, and all on the heroes that counter Tracer, by the way. So, like, if she's really easy, like, why aren't I Masters? So, anyways, this character that is actually hard. Because, Cardi, you're playing her in an environment that is really, really challenging, I want you making things easy for yourself. I mean, you're having to keep up with your tank player and your support players. You know, you've had to, in the past, compete with some really exceptional DPS players. I mean, you still do, actually, right? And so, I want you making easy. I want you making decisions easy for yourself, because I think that's when you look best. Okay, so like just blink budget wise, the double blink onto the tracer here is a little bit nervous, because it makes me a little bit nervous because it's a big investment for a duel that I probably don't have you taking in the first place. Now that the rest of their team is over here, I don't mind you being over here, but I didn't like you starting or being motivated to be over here for this part of the fight just because the tracer was over here. Does that make sense? God, I love asking that. I haven't been able to say that much today, because normally I reserve that for our one-on-one sessions for discussion-based VOD reviews. And by the way, if that's something that anyone is interested in, then please just reach out. You guys can find me on Discord on Lord Thethan. It's like the exact same name, all lowercase. And as well, I've thrown up a couple of advertisements to get in touch. I'm so happy to look at VODs on stream. I think that it's a lot of fun to get together. We can all celebrate, and hey, if it's someone we know and are comfortable, we can poke a little bit of fun. But also, one-on-ones are a lot of fun to do as well. So I miss saying that. I miss being able to be like, does that make sense? And then waiting to hear people's response. Because usually it doesn't. Usually the answer is like, oh, you old mushroom, speak English. I like this. You're doing. Oh, it's perfect, Cardi. I mean, I don't necessarily know if like this is absolutely the target that I sick you on at this exact fight, at this exact point, in this in this exact way. But you're doing something with the scouting information you generated. This is a demonstration, Cardi, for how valuable it is. You made yourself aware that the Kiriko was here on this angle. You know that she exists, and now you can set up this angle and get a really nice almost one clip on her. Not only do you almost kill her, which by itself is really good, you force Suzu out of her, right? And you're going to force TP as well, right? So both cooldowns, out of Kiri, she's pressured, she's out of your face, can't do the same thing that she was doing from the same angle that her team was operating on. Now their whole strategy has to change. Now they have to adapt. Oh, you have to climb the stairs in a way that makes it easy. I honestly wonder if I stay on the Kiri as opposed to going on the Ana here. No blink. Ooh, no blink into melee. Yeah, I'll work on that, Cardi. It's just Vax to hours. That's all you got to pad. But see, oh man. I want to say something really like abstract and complicated, and I'm going to opt out of saying it, but it just looked like you were kind of listless chasing around the supports. It seemed like this is going to sound so crazy, but like it seemed as if like your crosshair had nothing to anchor to, like not even a head. So you end up like feet not on the ground, and if your feet aren't flat on the ground, if you're swimming the ocean, how do you know which way is up, right? So you don't have an anchor, a target, anything to like actually like tether to, right, on this character. And so it just means that like, I mean, let's look. Like, look at this. This is scouting. This is scouting information manifest into a play that you can actually make, right? Now you don't have any information. So what I would have you doing is instead of just running onto the Ana because you've seen her, I would have you scout. You have blinks, you have a recall, you have health packs, and full HP. Now that's an excellent bank of resources to go take a 1v1 with, right? Or a 2v1 here, right? But honestly, Cardi, how often am I going to ask you to take this 2v1 in our scrims? Oh my God, Cardi, how often am I going to yell at you for taking this 2v1 in our scrims, right? So, scout, figure out what you're doing, right? Figure out what the plan is. You've got an Echo and a Tracer in here that you could fight that are separated entirely from their healing because of what you did here, Cardi. You're the one who severed the connection, the lifeline of these two DPS units that you could then easily clean up just because you exist here in a space that you can reasonably control, that you were at that time prepared to comfortably control, right? And that's the disparity, Cardi. That's what makes this 2v1 difficult to take, is you had scouting, and you could have scouting, you could have knowledge, you could have map control, you could have the timing, but now you feel like you have to push out of your comfort zone, when really it's your comfort zone that's going to give you these plays to make, right? I'm not saying to only be comfortable in ranked. I'm not saying to make yourself, that making yourself uncomfortable it leads to mistakes, but you definitely don't make as many right decisions when you're less comfortable. And also, just like with the benefit of the hindsight and replay viewer, we also understand that like you had a really excellent play to make here that wasn't chasing a Kiriko who had TP'd from you to we don't know where, right? I mean, we know where now with the benefit of the hindsight and replay viewer, but when she TP's here, and especially since oh my god, you also blink backwards, and then you blink forwards too. So like, when you walk out here, you're gonna have one blink by the time you hit the fire truck. You use both of them on this Ana, you end up underneath her. Like, you see how also like the resources that you're left with here don't actually accommodate you running out all the way out there into the open. So, yeah, those are my notes for this particular phase. I still don't mind this. I think that like mechanically, there's probably a better way to take this. Not only, I mean, yeah, like yeah, you can talk about like hitting all of the tracer bullets, but I'm really more thinking about the movement, how you ascend the stairs, where you end up, how you're moving during the fight, the positions that you're standing completely still in, so that you can land your shots. Because there are actually like 1 or 2 spots there that you could have stood still for a very brief period of time to make sure that you're landing shots, to keep you anchored onto the Ana, so that it's easier to more consistently land consecutive shots against her. Right? It's cumulative. Good. Staying on target. I like it. Even despite all of the yapping and raving and ranting, I like the fact that you stayed onto your targets. It makes things easier for your team when you're like, I'm going to go do this thing, and then you don't change that thing that you were doing. Sometimes you still have to, but... And I know that you know that. Really nice, Cardi. Really excellent duel. Closer walls, covers, corners. Holy smokes. Still 2 out in the middle of the open. 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 Now in cover. Like, Cardi, come on, bro. You gotta help me out here. You don't actually gotta help me, Cardi. You're doing perfect. Good stuff. Final pulse. Oh, it's such a marvelous stick, Cardi. Excellent. You were set up for it. You had a perfect arc for it. You had a marvelous setup. And the only thing you need to do after that is live. How do we do that? They have you marked. You have to understand your marked. You have to understand that your window is like actually really, really slight. So after you get the pulse on the Ana, blink up the stairs. Not back where you were. And, oh, man, definitely don't recall back into the choke where they are trying to move through. That's really troubling, Cardi. And that's where we just get back to this old thing that I've told you before, which is, like, I just need you thinking, like, 7 seconds in advance. That's it. Cardi, your tracer's gotten so very good. I can tell that that sessions with our tank is paying off. And I really appreciate the work that you're putting into this character. She is very, very challenging. She's not hard, in my opinion, obviously, but she is not a simple hero. So I want to give you plenty of credit, Cardi. But I also need you thinking in advance. I need you thinking 7 seconds at least in advance. Good, keeping the distance against the brig. That was actually really, oh my goodness, Cardi, that almost appeared surgical in its precision. That was excellent. Excellent stuff. Recall, don't greed with your blinks against a brig inside the laundromat. Are you kidding me? Good. Respond to the Doom. Probably slightly faster response time on the Doomfist there as well. Like, you've already gotten the brig. I don't need you meandering through their choke to see what else there is to do when there's a Doomfist, like, absolutely, definitively, like, unarguably landing on your side of the map with Meteor Strike. You know, like, one of those is scouting that I don't need you doing, and one of them is fighting that I need you predicated off the scouting that you should be subconsciously doing here in the Doomfist in the background. Nice shooting on the Genji. Good mark. Good kill. You're forward, Cardi, and I don't think I ever put you this forward in a formation where we're competing against one of our regular scrim partners. So you can get away with this in a solo queue ranked lobby. You'll get punished for it in like, you know, from game to game. But oh my god, and I definitely, holy smokes, if you're gonna end up in laundromat, I just want you starting here, right? I just want you starting here in the position that you're gonna end up as Tracer, especially if you're opting to start in a position as like actually harrowing as this one, right? Because you end up in harrowing position A, and then you end up going to harrowing position B instead of just being in good position A, you know, and good position B, right? So there's angles for you to play here, Cardi, besides the ones that you're limiting yourself to. If you want to talk about those, then we can talk. I had a health pack. Yeah, I know you've got a health pack, bozo. You're also down 14 health, and that makes it a lot easier for the Genji to kill you. I hope he does. Oh, you stole his health pack. Real nice. Good stuff. I liked that, Cardi. I really liked that. I liked the fact that you did not move the way that he wanted you to, which was to that health pack. Instead, you anchor your supports. There's another game that you play that your Ana just doesn't turn and heal you there, and you probably get a little mad for it, and I also get mad on your behalf, but and then I tell you, you should have just gone for the Mega. You had 2 blinks and easy distance to cross, and I'll stand by that. You definitely should be like getting the Mega. I don't want you to get punished in a game in the future where your Ana should actually be paying attention to your tank, but has to turn around and help you, right? Especially if you got a Mega Pack that you can just double blink to, right? Especially since, like, yeah, I have to double blink to this Mega Pack, but the reason I have to double blink to the Mega Pack is because, like, I horrendously misused my resources all the way to this point, right? So, like, I might as well just follow through and stick with my horrendous use of my resources to grab the Mega Pack and not strain the resources of my team. That's a really nice duel, Cardi. That's excellent. I think... Oh my god, Cardi, you're playing your walls, covers, and corners. He also messes up his dash. You have a really nice blink melee finish. Excellent. Good stuff, Cardi. Good. I really like that reprioritization onto the Kiri. Stick on her. Yep. She gets the Kitsune off, and, you know, next time when you don't hesitate, she doesn't get that Kitsune off. So that's really good. Now, it's even more important for her not to get the Kitsune off next time, because the next time you're playing this, you know, this kind of exact matchup, you're probably playing in low GM, Cardi, right? So absolutely, you don't want her getting the Kitsune off, because the low GM players are going to be able to use that Kitsune to swing this momentum around, right? So really, really good. Play your matchup intelligently, Cardi. Know how the cast wants to play into you. It appears as if you are vaguely aware of how he wants to play into you, but you are less aware of the help that he's going to end up getting while you're doing it. So I understand the compromise that you end up having to make in that fight. Good touch here. You have to die on the point. Yep. Ah, Cardi, you've unironically gotten really, really good. There's still so much work left for you. I'm going to say you've gotten really, really good, and I'm going to be like, that's still like, man, like 15% of where we want you, right? And that's not because of, you know, the weight of our expectations, but rather the mass, the potential mass of your potential. Well, actually, yeah, of your potential. There's been coaches before me and James that have seen it in you, and so yeah. You've been making excellent progress. But holy smokes, I need you starting in better positions. I don't hate your pathing to these health packs, but it's compromises. It's compromises you're ready to make, though, and so I don't mind that. You know, I don't hate the idea of my Tracer player playing as if at any point in time she'll have to go grab a Mega Pack. Don't walk into Genji Shurikens. Never walk into Genji Shurikens, Cardi. Oh my lord. Cardi, if you might... do not move like a bot. Excellent. Good stuff, Cardi. Hey, that was great, actually. Living long enough there so that your team can help you out. That was absolutely perfect. I love you not playing the game by yourself, right? You're alone there, but you're not, like, alone, right? So that was perfect, Cardi. Excellent, excellent stuff. Ah, yeah, you're on their side of the map, bro. Like, absolutely, you get decked there, and that's unfortunate. And like, we just tell you just like not to make that same movement there next time. But I kind of see that as like kind of potential freak kind of accident there. Oh my god, do you guys lose this just off of... Oh my god, Cardi, I'm so sorry. I actually think that you kind of deserve to win this game. I don't think you deserve to lose it, at least. So that's tough. That's tough. Yeah. Cardi, I think for you, like, number one thing to start thinking about to push yourself to the next level is just setup positions. Like, where am I setting up? And, like, is it the spot that I really want to eventually end up in? Or if I'm not in the spot that I eventually want to set up in, then where do I want to set up in? And how do I want to move from that point to my next setup spot, right? And all of that's going to be contingent on so many variables that I've already droned onto you for hours about. So little chat shout out to Cardi. Hey guys, I am so tired. We've gotten to watch some excellent gameplay. We've gotten to watch some mid gameplay as well. And I have had an absolute blast celebrating the opportunity that we have to convene here and watch some really fun Overwatch gameplay from some absolutely exceptionally talented people, including our very own Cardi OW. But as well, we got to give shout outs to to Emmyfish Overwatch for putting themselves out there. I want to do a special shout out to Nerglith, who I think has had us on in the background just the entire time. Thanks for hanging out with us, Nerglith, and as well to all of my friends who have been hanging out here to support me streaming. This is going to be a constant, by the way. This is going to be a constant expectation from me that all of my good friends are always have my stream going and always save their Twitch primes for me. So just understand that some of you may lose favor going forward. I crack myself up. Guys, thank you so much for being here with me today. Dirksky. Oh my God, that is a name that I haven't actually seen since last I tried. Since last I was coaching. Interesting. Yeah, we're doing the Ethan is online thing now. So, anyways. I got to finish my thoughts. I appreciate you guys watching. If you guys want to make sure that you guys get notified when I go live next time, make sure you've hit me with a follow. I think most of us who are watching have already done that. Thank you guys so much. It actually means a great deal. And please stay in touch. Be sure to drop replay codes in the channel. You guys can add me on Discord at any point at Lord Thethan. It's the same spelling, just all lowercase, and that is an easy way to get in touch with me and establish some excellent times to VOD review. Underprivileged Comeback gets a shout out for the final timeout of the stream, and yeah, I think that's all that I've got, guys. I'll see you guys next time I go live. Hopefully here in like a couple of days. If I haven't worn myself out by that point yapping. And when I do, I will look forward to getting to see you all again. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have a wonderful rest of the evening. Be good to each other, and we will see you guys next time. Have a good night, everyone.